Alrighty, good evening and welcome to Will Bratton WX. This is the first ever broadcast. Super exciting stuff. Today's outlook, we've got an enhanced level 3 out of 5 risk from the Storm Prediction Center, covering large portions of Kansas as well as northeastern Colorado. We do have one tornado warning active at this current moment, which is down near Lyman, Colorado. I can go ahead and turn radar back on, and we can go ahead and switch to where I need to be. But we've got one tornado warning on the map that's just about to expire here. We've got a minute and a half left on it. There were reports that it had put down a multi-vortex, like little spin-up tornado, nothing super intense. But it is recycling now. As you can see, it's beginning to notch out a lot better. I can load some of these older frames and show you. It was not looking quite as nice just a little bit ago. Back around this area, this was, I believe, like 20 minutes ago. But you can see it's starting to ramp back up. I would not be surprised to see them go ahead and extend this warning polygon. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here, just on the northern part of that same cell, a second updraft essentially, where we've got pretty significant hail. And there you go. There's the that tornado warning has just been extended. Not surprising at all. Max hail size of 3 inches, and this one's going to last another 45 minutes as this storm is going to push towards Lyman and Genoa in Colorado here. So that's kind of what we're working with on the map. Also in Kansas, we've got a pretty solid risk as well. We've got another considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Osborne and Smith counties in Kansas down here. As you can see, it's pushing through downs. I'm not sure if they tornado possible tag this, but they may go ahead and tornado warn this actually not too long from now, as it does look to be notching out and definitely establishing some good inflow here as it's kind of getting pinched off. Usually that's a sign you might get a tornado somewhat soon. Again, the radar beam is, we're looking at like 4,300 feet in the air here. So not the ultimate lowest level rotation here, but definitely concerning and one to watch. But yeah, we do only have one tornado warning currently in effect, and that is out here in eastern Colorado going towards Lyman now. So this is the one we are the most concerned about. We've got our rotation pretty easy to see here with this storm here in Lyman. Definitely one that I would be concerned about if you're in this region. Like I said, we did have reports coming out from this Colorado region saying that this storm had put down a couple of multi-vortex kind of spin-up tornadoes. Definitely could have been land spouts. I haven't had any visual on this, so no way to know for sure, but definitely a concerning one here in Lyman. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We're going to continue to monitor these storms throughout the evening, as a lot of these storms in eastern Colorado kind of make their way off to their northeast. I guess blue wasn't particularly the best color there. Let's go with pink. Why not? As these storms begin to move into northeastern Colorado, out into this region, we might get a little bit more of a Boeing segment at that point where the threat will be straight line winds. But as long as we have discrete mode in this region, anywhere that we can get discrete supercells, that is going to be a lot more favorable conditions for tornado development and tornado genesis. We're looking at a lot more moist air in this region for sure. As well as a little bit better low level helicity. So essentially more spin for these storms to be able to ingest. So the more of that helicity they're able to work with, especially in the lowest levels, the greater our tornado threat is going to be. But this is all a little bit conditional. It's based on storm mode a little bit, which essentially just means, do we have a line of thunderstorms or do we have individual thunderstorms firing off? Right now, as you can see, we've got a storm out here near Hagler and St. Francis, excuse me, goodness. We've also got the storm that's tornado warned in Lyman, and then we've got another pretty large cell just southwest of Akron, a very famous town for Lorian, who is in my ear right now. That was where she got her first tornado, was there in Akron, Colorado. So shout out Akron. Does look like I've got a little bit of a bug that I need to fix here. So just give me a moment. My Discord just does not seem to want to enter streamer mode for some reason. So you might just have to hear some of these sounds, I guess. I mean, I'm on Do Not Disturb, so hopefully they're not going to go out too terribly bad and be super distracting. Oh, yeah, I need to go ahead and I need to mod people. Okay, I need to think about this. Okay, let's see. I need to mod up Brody as well as Lorian and other people in the chat here. Okay. All this stuff is so much more complicated than the last time I've done it. I'm also not super familiar with streaming on YouTube in the past. A lot of the stuff that I've done has been on Twitch, but yeah, Lorian, definitely let me know if things are not looking or sounding all right. And I'm gonna see if I can figure out this Discord issue. I might just task manager shut down Discord and then reopen it, and we'll see if it automatically goes. We did just have my good buddy Romeo join the call, which is absolutely hilarious. I'm restarting my Discord though, but there we go. Okay, that did not seem to solve the issue, but wonderful. Oh, there we go. Streamer mode worked. Okay, we're good now. All right, and you guys just let me know if you see anything come across Twitter, any visuals on these. I'll try to pull them up and show the stream. I believe it was Hunter Folks, a guy that I am familiar with and have chatted with a little bit. He was one of the reporters that saw a little bit of a that multi-vortex deal going on out there. I'm sure there's a lot of great structure out with these storms as well near Lyman. I could just, I mean, you just have to imagine that right along this line, things just look stunning. So. Yeah, we do have this cell still out here near Downs and Calker City, headed towards Glen Elder, out in Kansas. This one, again, is that considerable severe thunderstorm warning that does, it doesn't look so bad. I mean, it's there. Lorian was just telling me the same thing that a couple of scans ago. It was looking still pretty solid here. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to get itself going as it starts to kind of wrap around here. They did just go ahead and issue another severe thunderstorm warning, considerable tagged for this one as well, going out ahead of it. Looks like it's not for possible tagged, which is interesting though. But yeah, our only tornado warning on the map is still out in Elbert and Lincoln counties here in Colorado here. Up in the chat, we do have Caleb and Taylor. I really appreciate you guys stopping by. I appreciate the support. We've also got, I see Lorian and Brody. We got Redbird, Levi, all sorts of people up in the chat. Really appreciate the early support as we are literally minutes into the first ever Will Bratton WX Will Bratton WX streams going on here. So I don't know if it looks like maybe my chat box is not working. We'll see if I can resolve that, but it was definitely working before. I might need to launch this program that I kind of forgot about. We'll see about that. There we go. Okay, I'm not sure if this is working exactly how I want, but that's okay. Okay. Yeah, so this cell down here is definitely concerning as we've got pretty clear inflow established. I mean, there's pretty robust rotation. Again, the radar beam at this point, we're looking at 4,500 feet in the air almost. So this is not the most low level that we're looking at, as low as we could get. Again, it wouldn't surprise me to see this eventually get tornado warned out here. It does have some possible issues as we see a little bit of convection firing off to its southwest here, especially if I can go ahead and load a couple more frames. We'll see a little bit more convection beginning to fire off to its southwest. That's going to go ahead and make things very messy out here. The storm just south of Woodston and Alton in Kansas is going to probably run into an issue of getting cut off here as well. You can see it trying to get a little bit of rotation going right in here, but if it is able to produce anything, it's not going to be long lasting because it's definitely going to get cut off by the cell in Codell or Codell, Kansas, as they begin to move to the northeast out in that direction. Again, not to beat a dead horse, we do only have one tornado warning issued at this current moment, which is out here in Lyman, Colorado, or just northwest of Lyman is where our main area of concern is. Not seeing any kind of a CC drop here that would indicate that we have a tornado on the ground, but we do most certainly. This I just realized this didn't go back to the main screen. It should have been on, but that's okay. We do have some decent rotation here, a little bit broad at this point. This cell again looks to have gotten a little bit less favorable over the last couple scans, so that's definitely good for the people of Lyman. That's a pretty populated area out there and headed towards Genoa as well. That's definitely what we want to see in terms of not wanting people to get injured and property to get destroyed by tornadoes. So that is definitely a good scenario. I'm keeping an eye on some of these storms up here as we do have a little bit of a boundary set up in extreme northwestern Kansas. Cells like this one near Cheyenne Wells, if they're able to head towards their northeast and latch onto this boundary, they could turn to their right and really be able to ingest a lot of that vorticity and helicity that's going on in this region. That is definitely going to be more favorable for tornado genesis in that region. So that's definitely one to watch. This boundary could also fire off additional convection as well. We are expecting things to become a little bit more of a cluster of thunderstorms as we go later into the evening. But the tornado threat is still probably going to increase over the next hour or two as things begin to kind of work the kinks out and shape up. It does look like our Lyman storm really does look pretty good, at least in terms of morphology. I'm not seeing the most robust rotation in this thing. See what the Pueblo radar is seeing. Let's see. This is looking at close to 5,000 feet in the air. So yeah, it's a little bit difficult to tell. You have to take some of the radar data with a grain of salt when the radar beam is that high in the air, because a lot of times you're looking at the mid-level rotation at this point. But yeah, this is definitely a concerning thunderstorm here. And if nothing else, you've got a pretty significant hail core going on here, which I can go ahead and show in this volumetric scanner here. You can see all this pink. A lot of that is what you're looking at with these tilted updrafts. You can see as they kind of come up at an angle. That's your kind of secondary updraft going on with that cell. And here's the main tornadic cell is on the left-hand side here. And you can see that updraft as well. So you've got pretty significant, concerning updrafts that could produce some decent sized hail. And we can see the National Weather Service office out there has agreed with that assessment as they've put out a 2.5-inch hail risk associated with this. So up to tennis ball sized hail. So very, very significant hail at this point, the type that could destroy windshields, roofs, not one that you want to be outside for. It bonks you on the head and it's like, lights out, dude. You're done. So you don't want to deal with that. You don't want to be outside in the path of those types of storms. So Looks like we do have another cell beginning to get going out here southeast of Kiowa, east of Elbert, and northwest of Rama in Colorado here. This is definitely one to be concerned about, as well as it begins to kind of get itself going. And the reason we want to be concerned about it is because it's got literally nothing going on around it. So it's going to be kind of the southern end Charlie, as they like to call them, where this one's going to have the ability to use all of these resources out in this area. Keep in mind, this Lyman storm has come from that area, so it's used up some of those resources. But we do have a little bit of sunshine left. And based on satellite imagery from a little bit earlier, we definitely got a little bit of good heating in there. So inflow will be able to get established. And if there are still good ingredients left to work with, this storm is definitely one that I would be concerned about as it heads to its northeast towards a gate and northwest of Lyman. So it does look like we did just get an update on the Lyman tornado warning polygon. This is still just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Nothing confirmed by emergency management, weather spotters, or radar indication at this point. Again, this rotation is looking a little bit less concerning than it was earlier, but it is not one that you should disregard. A lot of times these storms can cycle really quickly and then just put down a storm, or put down a tornado, within seconds. As you can see, you can literally watch the progression of this storm. And again, we're a little bit more broad at this point, but definitely one to be concerned about. Also, increasingly concerning is definitely the outflow associated with this storm here. Probably significant hail back in this hail core, and then straight line wind damage with the outflow of this storm as well would not be surprising at all. This is a pretty powerful cell out here in Colorado, so definitely one to be attentive to if you're in that region. Looking around, we did have this chug water cell, if the Cheyenne radar will load for me. This one's a pretty big hail producer. Definitely looks like it's trying to get going. A little bit of rotation as well. That's definitely one to be concerned about. It is riding a boundary now, we can see at this point, so I can go ahead and outline that. We've got a little bit of a strange boundary here that I'm going to imagine goes something like this. And this storm is probably just going to ride that boundary and follow the same path as some of these other cells. As a result, when it turns to the right, it'll be able to establish a little bit more laminar inflow. And that's definitely the point at which this cell would be the most concerning. There was a tornado warning not terribly long ago, maybe an hour or so, to the southwest out here near Horse Creek, I want to say, and towards Laramie. I know it involved Laramie County at the very least. But yeah, a little while ago, we did definitely have a tornado warning up in that area. Right now, this storm is just severe thunderstorm warned. Again, outflow with these storms can be significant, bring some straight line wind damage. And this one does look like it's got a little bit of a juicy hail core going on here. I can go ahead and we can take a look at that. Yeah, definitely a pretty solid hail core. And you can see at the very lowest levels here, you can see this faint gray region there. That's definitely one we want to be concerned about in terms of the radar beam is contacting some pretty significant hailstones at that point. Okay. Yeah. I'm assuming this is what Lorian's telling me about here is another hail core that we could definitely go ahead and take a look at here out in Downs or Calker City, just north of Tipton. Yeah, that is a pretty significant looking one here. My goodness. Yeah, these are the types of storms you don't really want to play around with too much in terms of the hail. If you're out there driving, these are the types that these are the types that total vehicles potentially, at least. Obviously, there are other factors here. You know how much hail is going to melt by the time it reaches the surface, and other atmospheric conditions as well. But definitely one to be concerned about. The storm in general is starting to look like it's ingesting pretty good inflow here. I would not be, I know I already said this a couple of minutes ago, but I would not be surprised to see this storm get tornado warned. But it does have some issues. The cell in Tipton, the cell coming out of Covert, these are all going to cause issues as we get a lot of congestion here in this region as the cell moves towards Glen Elder. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult for this storm to produce a tornado, but the threat is definitely not definitely non-zero. So one that you definitely want to be paying attention to if you're in that area. If sirens do start going off in that area, that's when you want to get in the basement quick. Because if it does happen, it's probably going to be getting pinched off, kind of like this. You get another cell that comes in, pinches it off, and you get a pretty brief but sometimes decently strong tornado that can form in that area. And a lot of times you might get a rain wrap scenario as well. So one you definitely want to pay close attention to if you're in that area. I just launched ice all over my desk. Yo. Thank you. You're good, Romeo. You keep going. Yeah. So Romeo's just gave me a little bit of a verbal update in my ear about the mesoscale discussion associated with today's event, as well as what the SPC was talking about a little bit ago. I was working all day, so I didn't get to hear all of that. Um, but I will say, one of the reasons for the lack of a moderate risk today, from what Romeo was just telling me, was due to the uncertainty in storm mode. That makes a lot of sense. Again, I think things are expected to grow upscale, especially through northeastern Colorado, and as we kind of get into the Nebraska Panhandle type of region up here. And at that point, your tornado threat is going to diminish, but what you are going to get is a very significant region where straight line winds and a large Boeing segment could be possible. So that is definitely something to be worried about as the night progresses as well. We do still have this cell up here near Chugwater that is looking decently solid. It's not got the most incredible low level rotation. We are only out at about 2,000 feet here, but I would not rule out the possibility of this storm becoming tornadic. And we've definitely got a pretty strong updraft here, producing. I mean, look at this. You've got pretty significant DBZ values coming back, suspended pretty high in the air. This is definitely a pretty strong updraft and one that could produce significant hail here as well. And I would not be surprised, like I said, to see a tornado come out of this cell if it is able to grow along this boundary and begin to kind of turn to its right a little bit. I remember just a little bit ago, we talked about this boundary that's going to go something like this. When the storm reaches kind of this region near Hawk Springs, that's when I would be the most concerned about it. So that's definitely one to continue monitoring throughout the night. A little bit further out and a little bit of a radar hole, we do have this storm here near Perrin, Angora, Carlson, and Minotaur, Melbetta, McGrew, and Bayard up in the Nebraska Panhandle. This is definitely one worth paying attention to as well. The radar beam is very high in the air, so it's pretty difficult to tell whether you've got any kind of significant rotation here. But what we do know for sure is that the possibility of a hail core is definitely there. So I would be not really worrying about giant hail with this storm at this current moment, but as it progresses, that's definitely one to watch as well. Let's go ahead and check in on our tornado warned cell down here in Colorado as it is moving through Lyman. Yeah, it does appear to be recycling pretty good. This is definitely one that I would be concerned about at this point, as we might get maybe just a little bit of a rain wrapped nature going on if this tornado decides to put something, or this cell decides to put down a tornado right in this region. Ideally, we'd be out here in this type of region. I'm just drawing nonsense at this point, but hopefully we would be out there so that it could be seen by weather spotters, and we can confirm this tornado and ensure that we're getting the most accurate information possible out to the public in that area. This storm is becoming a little bit increasingly concerning out here, as we can see that rotation is becoming a little bit more robust. This is definitely one that I would be concerned about going forward. Yeah, I'm definitely a little concerned about this one out here. Um, this is just northwest of Matheson, or due west of Lyman, east of Kiowa, out there in eastern Colorado. Okay, yeah, this cell is becoming increasingly more concerning near Chugwater here, in Wyoming, and having driven this entire this entire road here, like there is not a whole lot out there. So ideally, if we do get a tornado in this region, it's not going to impact anybody too significantly. But yeah, this one's becoming increasingly concerning, and that is one heck of an updraft here. I'm going to go ahead and take another volumetric look here at this cell here. That is a pretty strong updraft here coming out of this cell. Looks like my volumetric scan isn't giving me the latest radar scan. Unfortunately, it does look to be um, trying to be a little bit pesky with me here, but you've definitely got a pretty strong tilted updraft with this storm. I would not be surprised to see them considerable severe thunderstorm warn this for large hail at this point, and possibly some. I don't think the wind threat is too enormous with this one, but definitely a tornado threat is increasing on this cell. If we were going to get one as it moves towards its northeast, it's going to happen kind of right in this area. So definitely one to watch here out in eastern Wyoming. That is one we're going to follow pretty closely as we go through the next couple of radar scans here. Down in Lyman, take another look here as we do look like we're getting a little bit more of hook echo morphology coming out. My food, in fact, my dinner, I didn't have dinner tonight until just now. So we might be doing a little bit of a grub session on the live stream tonight. We got a little Culver's action going on for those Culver's enjoyers out there. So from Culver's here, I got myself a little burger action. The bacon double burger, or the double bacon butter burger, if I could speak correctly. Yeah, that one's it's good. And listen, Culver's is great. You got to get the onion rings, man. The Culver's onion rings, and you pair with that Culver's sauce are great. I'm not sponsored by Culver's. Just wanted to throw it out there. But yeah, this cell down here in Lyman is still increasingly concerning, as I'm going to be beginning to get my grub on a little bit here. As we continue to track these storms through the night, I'll try to eat quickly so that we can be in full focus mode, especially as things possibly become a little bit more tornadic as we get a little bit later in the night here. Yeah, this cell just northwest of Genoa is definitely concerning. Yeah, I see. We've just got a flash flood warning that Romeo was just telling me about here, out for Wilsonville, Henley, Beaver City, and west of Stamford, down here in southern Nebraska. So this is definitely one to be concerned about, especially because later in the evening we're going to be getting a little bit more upscale growth, and a little bit more of a line of storms. So at that point, we could get a much more significant flooding risk going on in this area. If we're already getting some flash flooding there, that is definitely something I would be concerned about going later into the evening. That is a very good shout. Thank you for that, Romeo. We do have, yeah, this cell down here in Genoa is still increasingly looking a little bit concerning. Again, this cell is still considerable severe thunderstorm warn for some pretty decent hail. It appears we've got with this cell. I don't think we've had anything confirmed out there in a while, at least. Man, those onion rings are good. My goodness. Dude, listen, all I'm saying is we just went in storm chase in the plains for like 10 days. And we didn't go to a Culver's once. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, we did just get another extended severe thunderstorm warning, considerable tag for 2.5 inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Or sorry, 60 knot wind gusts. Yeah, I see that. We've got, yeah, tennis ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts continuing coming out of the storm from Genoa. Again, we've taken a volumetric scan of this hail core a couple of times. This one is definitely pretty concerning. Um, yeah, this is definitely a concerning cell. Back here to its southwest, it looks like this cell is not quite as concerning. It looks like it's becoming much more outflow dominant. So that's good news in terms of not having tornadoes that are going to deal damage to people. If we get a little bit more outflow dominant in this region, that might limit our, well, I mean, that would significantly limit our tornado risk. So that is definitely something to watch for with that cell to the southwest there. We are hearing reports of 2 inch hail coming out of this cell that we were just talking about. I can pull up the Pueblo radar. I might have a good view on it if I can get anything to load for me tonight. Goodness gracious. I had to take an onion ring break. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is looking. Oh man. Yeah, this one's definitely establishing inflow too. Yeah, it's not super robust at this point. I'm not like terribly concerned it's about to put down a tornado or anything like that right this second, but within a couple scans it definitely could. And regardless, you've got pretty significant hail coming down associated with the storm. We can take another volumetric look at it from the Pueblo radar's point of view. And my goodness, yeah, that is a heck of a hail core out there. Oh my goodness. So that's definitely one that I would be um, concerned with, especially with the hail. You can see a little bit of rotation algorithmically detected with this storm as well. It almost favors that storm over the Genoa storm, but this one to me is still looking the best by far. Again, I am looking from the Pueblo radar at that point. So looking back from the Fort Morgan one, yeah, it's still looking pretty good. My goodness. Dude, this is an unbelievable hail core up in Chugwater. Oh my goodness gracious. That is wow. Jeez, man. Yeah. The cell is still very concerning with this hail, by the way. They did just upgrade it to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here in Chugwater for 2 inch hail is what they've got. It looks like what did they report it as? Yeah, they just said 2 inch hail. But yeah, this one is looking concerning, man. Especially the hail. It does look like it's hooking out a little bit. Um, The rotation isn't extremely impressive. If this tightens up over the next couple scans, it definitely will be concerning. But there's definitely rotation there, whether it's impressive or not. And then down in Colorado here, yeah, this storm near Lyman. I don't know if they're going to continue this tornado warning. I mean, if they do, they're going to issue a new one, and it's going to be probably something along the lines of like this type of polygon. I didn't draw that well, something like that. Um, Definitely still a concerning cell. I'm not really too worried that it's about to put down a tornado right this second, but it is definitely ingesting good clean inflow from air that hasn't really been that tapped into in this region. And especially as this storm moves off to its northeast, it's going to be entering that region that I mentioned before that's got much more favorable conditions. It's got a lot better helicity at the low levels, slightly steeper lapse rates, especially at the low levels, and more moisture at the low levels. So really the low level environment is going to be a lot more favorable as it goes to the northeast. So that's definitely one to keep a very close eye on it. Man, this hail core and chug water is just insane looking. If it'll load for me here, this one, especially a couple scans ago, my goodness, this thing, like what is that? I don't know if I don't even know the last time I was seeing DBZs that were actually like, I mean, we're almost hitting 80 here. That's crazy. We're getting up to 75, 76 in this region. I mean, wow. 77 and a half I'm seeing. Goodness gracious. It looks like that hail might be dropping right now as the DBZs are dropping just a little bit. So it might be throwing that hail out of the updraft right now. So if you're in front of this storm anywhere, again, there's not a ton out here, but I know there are various ranches out there. So if you happen to be out there, man, put the car in the garage. Like, my goodness, something's wrong. You got some big time hail going on up there. It does look like they allowed our tornado warning to expire. So we don't have any tornado warnings currently on the map at this point. As it does look like rotation is weakening here. I assume that was what caused them to make that decision. Yeah, it does look like this storm is becoming a much more outflow dominant, which is definitely a good thing in terms of not wanting tornadoes. Bad if you're a storm chaser in that area, but good if you are a resident. And this chug water one, I'm going to go ahead and try and scarf down some more of this burger because Culver's is just phenomenal. But this is definitely a concerning one here. Say again? Okay. Romeo has insisted that I give a rating from 1 to 10 on this burger. And listen, when the people ask, I comply. So we've got the Culver's incredible sandwich here. It's the double bacon butter burger. You can't go wrong. You can't. I put Swiss on it. I'm a big Swiss guy, especially on burgers. I don't like American cheese. Cheddar's good, but like Swiss is just the best cheese to put on a burger. You can argue with a wall. That's just my opinion. This burger is hitting the spot. I mean, we got lettuce, we got onions. I'm hearing shouts in my ear that provolone is the best cheese you can put on a burger, and I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree. I'm hearing pepper jack. Oh my goodness. Pepper jack is fine. I like pepper jack. I just want to have it said for the stream right now that the like 3 people in my ear that are helping out with tonight's broadcast and with the meteorology are now arguing about what cheese is acceptable on sandwiches. Ooh, someone just said Gouda, and that's a great shout. However, Gouda for me is really situational. Like, it's got to be the right sandwich for me to put Gouda. Is it Gouda? Tell me in the chat. Is it Gouda or Gouda? I think it's Gouda. I wish I could explain to you what I'm hearing in my ears right now, and I just simply can't. we've got a little bit more of outflow dominance coming out here on this storm that we talked about before in Genoa and Arriba, and south of Anton, south of Linden. This storm is definitely concerning heading this direction with its outflow. So again, straight line winds are going to be the threat in that situation. There's still a hail core going on here and a little bit of rotation as it looks like it is trying to recycle again. So this definitely is one to stay very attentive towards. The cell to its southwest, headed towards a gate, is definitely becoming a little more outflow dominant, but it does look like um, it's got like it looks like it's trying to notch out. I think that's more of a just an artifact of the way the storm is forming here. But this is one that I'm not too terribly concerned about for a tornadic threat, but obviously the hail and wind threat remains. Again, things are becoming a little more clustered up in extreme northeastern Colorado, and that's to be expected. But any storms that we can get to remain decently discreet in that corridor are going to have the greatest tornado potential of the night, especially as the low level jet becomes a little bit more active here over the next 2 hours or so. So we're going to be monitoring this very closely. This Cheyenne, north of Cheyenne and Chugwater, this storm is still definitely very concerning. It's got still a heck of a hail core, man. And the rotation is definitely becoming more laminar, more robust. It's not as fast as you would want to see it if you were going to be putting a tornado warning on it. But if this can tighten up in this area, this storm could get its act together pretty quickly as it moves off towards its northeast. So that is definitely one to pay close attention to if you're in LaGrange or maybe Hawk Springs, north of Meriden, out in eastern Wyoming, southeastern Wyoming, I should say, and towards the Nebraska Panhandle border. We do have another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in the Nebraska Panhandle for 1.75 inch hail, and we've got 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so that's golf ball hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. And it does look like it's got a little bit of upper level rotation. Again, the radar beam, we're at 9,500 feet at this point. So not one that I'm too terribly concerned about with any kind of a tornado threat at all, really. But it definitely could get going here near Perrin and Angora, headed towards Alliance, Antioch, Lakeside, and Ellsworth eventually here later in the evening, especially if it can stay discreet. Keep in mind, out in this region in the Nebraska Panhandle, there hasn't been a lot of convective activity. So these storms will be entering a lot of energy and helicity and just other resources that just haven't been used yet. And this area has gotten a little bit longer to have diurnal heating as we are still, I think, an hour away from sunset. So obviously we're well past peak heating at this point, but something to be concerned about. This is just a weird storm, man, going like straight to the north here in Chugwater. That is just really bizarre. Like you see it a lot, especially around Denver. For those who don't know about the what do they call it? The DC MV, I believe. The the Denver, Colorado mesocyclone or mesovortex or whatever they call it. Basically, it's just a giant area of spin in Denver, just like a little bit of a cyclone action. It looks something like this type of deal, where you just get this localized spin in Denver as tubes of air go over the mountains and they stretch out vertically. And as they come back down, you get that shifting to the north and you get your region of spin out here in Denver. So that is definitely a concern to look for if any more storms fire in that area with potential localized increased vorticity. But in general, it can a lot of times mean that storms north of Denver will move kind of northward or towards the northwest, which is always bizarre when that happens. It's not uncommon, but it's just it always is just weird looking. As this storm does look like it's tightening up a little bit. It's not super concerning here in Chugwater. I want to take a look at these Kansas storms again. This is just a giant mess. That is a that is a giant mesocyclone going on here south of Jen Elder. One very dominant updraft. I mean, it's this whole situation is very messy out in Kansas, so I'm not terribly concerned with any kind of a tornado threat at this current moment with this thunderstorm. As I'm gonna take a little break, a little sandwich break here. I gotta keep eating. I feel like a chud. I'm eating my fast food butter burger on the broadcast, bro. There's no way. I've just been notified that we have a PDS warning for a burger cam that has gone to the group chat of all of our meteorologist friends from Mississippi State. Apparently, there are now screenshots that exist of me eating the burger on stream. So that's where we're at. That's the level we're at here. We do have some rotation going on here southeast of Covert in Kansas. That's definitely one. Um, Guys, definitely keep an eye on that one as well. We got numerous competing updrafts here in this Kansas mess, which is makes things a little bit difficult to follow. We've got like 4 or 5 updrafts going on out here in north central Kansas, so definitely concerning out there. We'll see what happens with those storms. Taking another look at our old friend out in Ariba and Genoa, definitely becoming a lot more outflow dominant. However, it does look like it's trying to get its act together a little bit for yet another recycle. And if it does, again, I know I've mentioned this numerous times. There's not a ton of cells going on, so it's I got to talk about the same ones over and over again. But here we definitely have this cell coming into this northeastern Colorado region that is much more favorable for tornado genesis, especially at the low level. So we need to be very attentive towards the storm if it does decide to recycle. It doesn't have anything competing with it. There's no kind of other updrafts going on in the region. No other cells that are firing off. What did try to fire off here just immediately died. So this cell is going to dominate everything in this area. It's going to eat all the resources that are out there. So just like I'm eating this Culver's burger. So that storm is going to get its protein if it decides to get spinning there. And it could definitely be one to be concerned about in the next 30 minutes to an hour. This stuff's like crack, bro. Culver's is so good. Yeah, but this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. Absolutely. This is getting, like Romeo was just telling me, this is all getting messy. And I was actually, I looked briefly at a little bit of model guidance earlier, and all of it was picking up on this MCS kind of mess, this giant cluster of thunderstorms here, turning into a pretty significant Boeing segment here in Kansas. So as these storms begin to grow upscale and move kind of out towards towards their east and maybe towards the Kansas City area by the end of the night. We definitely want to be looking out for straight line winds, especially once the sun goes down and things become a little bit more outflow dominant. Um, we could definitely have a pretty significant straight line wind threat going on here. I'm finishing the last few bites of my burger, and then I will be back to being fully attentive on the broadcast. Don't worry. Whew. Yeah, you were. Romeo was not playing around in my ear just now. He just notified me I should take a look at the hail out here near Cawker City and Glen Elder. Yeah, this one is definitely got the liquid. You can see it's maxing out the Vil values here. I believe it is maxing out the Vil values. Yeah, it looks like there's a couple of pixels that are maxing it out. Um, yeah, obviously this is an algorithmic product. This is basically um, the possibility of severe hail is what this is. And yeah, as you can see, these values are all above 60% for the most part. We're getting up to the upper 80s here on this pixel. Again, that's not surprising. We're looking at a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. So definitely a pretty significant one with a quite the robust mesocyclone here, as it does look to be tightening up. I mean, if it was ever going to try and get its act together and potentially produce a tornado, it would happen over the next couple of minutes here before things become completely linear. Down to the south towards, what is this, Natoma and west of Paradise, the same type of deal. If this storm was ever going to get its act together, it's going to be, this one's got a little more time. It's the southern end, Charlie. So this one's definitely one to be concerned about. But if it was going to start to get its act together, it would kind of be as it kind of moves towards its east here over the next handful of radar scans. That is definitely one to be concerned about, as it looks like we do have a tornado warning actually out in Lyman. Is this a new tornado warning, or this is just showing up as a radar artifact for some reason? Yeah, I see that. Okay, so that tornado warning was not a live tornado warning. That was a radar artifact. Basically, the radar was kind of lagging. But yeah, when we were looking at the Vil out in central northern Kansas, that's a vertically integrated liquid. So we're looking at basically how much liquid is being detected in a vertical column in that region. But we did just go ahead and get downstream of this considerable severe thunderstorm warning just to the northeast of Lyman. We've got another considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued well in advance of this storm, and basically in preparation. We've got weather spotters reporting golf ball sized hail that was northeast of Ariba. We've also got let's see, what are the other hazards? 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts they've got on here. I don't think they've got a tor possible tagged. Jake Reed, I'm sorry to rain on your parade. Doesn't appear. We don't have a tornado possible tag on the storm, but we are observed in terms of our hail threat at this point. So not that this is any surprise looking at this hail core, but we're getting pretty decent hail associated with the storm. Here's a volumetric look. It doesn't look like the updraft is quite as powerful actually as it was earlier. So that's definitely a good sign. But again, this storm is still very concerning here as it moves off towards Flagler, Siebert, and what is that, Stratton? That is definitely one to worry about. I'm going to check in on our friend north of Cheyenne here. Ooh, oh my goodness. Talk about a hail core. Talk about it. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah. Wow. That is a heck of a hail core. And I want to point out when I look at this vertically, what you're seeing here is I'll show you. I'll draw it out. So here in this region, right, what you've got is a vertical column of air where the updraft is so strong at this point as the updraft comes up this way that these large targets, which could be hailstones, could be giant raindrops, it could be whatever it is that high in the atmosphere, it's going to be hail for the most part. is all being suspended. And this is not even directly above the updraft. This is further out from the updraft. So basically, if you were to put this in slightly easier terms, you could be standing right here, for example, on that dot. And on the radar, you're like, man, it looks like I should be getting hail dumped on me. But nothing's falling down because the updraft is so strong that it's holding it above your head and it's not falling out at that point. So these are the types of storms that will sometimes accumulate hail that begins to aggregate. And my goodness, I keep using the volumetric tool by accident. It'll start to become a little bit more aggregated, especially in the upper levels, as that hailstones will kind of collide with each other and stick together. They'll basically fuse together, and you can get some very spiky and giant hail coming out of cells like that. So this is a very concerning supercell up here, headed towards Lagrange, north of Meriden, northwest of Meriden, and southeast of Hawk Springs. This is definitely a very concerning one in terms of the hail. Rotation-wise, looks pretty non-existent right now, which is a good thing. Again, as it follows this boundary here and possibly makes its way north of Lagrange or towards Hawk Springs. It looks like this boundary is shifting a little bit as we've got more of this type of shape going on. At least that's what it kind of looks like. There's all sorts of cells firing off over it at this point, so you can't see the boundary as clearly on radar outside of right here through Horse Creek. But if it is able to latch on that boundary and swing a hard right-hand turn, that would be the most concerning moment for this storm in terms of being a potential tornado producer. But in the meantime, we are significantly concerned with hail at this point. I mean, this is, this is a pretty vicious hail core at this point. I mean, if we go to the possibility of severe hail, you're going to see 100% for this entire hail core at this point. I mean, this is again, this is an algorithmic derived radar product, so it's not accurate all the time. It's slightly arbitrary, but this right here, when you see a giant blob of white pixels like that, you've got a very significant hail core, no matter what. So this is a very concerning hail core at this point. Again, we're headed towards Lagrange out here in southeastern Wyoming. Looking back at our storm in Colorado near Ariba, we can take another look at that. This is now northeast of Lyman. This storm, yeah, I'm not really that concerned. You can see a very broad mesocyclone at this point going on here with this cell. Now, if it was able to become if it was able to tighten up and kind of get its act together and develop some more robust rotation, we could be talking about a rain wrap tornado. But for the time being, I'm not too concerned about this cell for a tornadic threat. What you need to be worried about is a significant hail and wind threat at this point. So 70-mile-per-hour gusts in this new region they issued out in front of the storm and golf ball sized hail. They have it tagged as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We saw 70 earlier. I wouldn't be surprised to see this cell become a little bit better. Actually, it looks like it might be just beginning to get a little bit of interference down here. The cell near Hugo, if it is able to merge, that could definitely weaken this cell as well. But this is definitely one to watch. This is a pretty solid cell here. Yeah, if we can get a little merger action here. Now, it could be a nudger, which basically would allow this cell to become a little bit more robust with its rotation. But in general, I'm not terribly concerned with the tornadic threat at this moment for this cell. I'm more worried about the hail and the wind threat. And again, as things grow a little bit more upscale, that'll be the concern later too with wind. Okay, I can do that. Um, yeah, for Weather Cannon in the chat, I just saw. I really appreciate the support. Absolutely. Um, yeah, you definitely just go ahead and shoot me an email on our website. You know what? I'll just show you. Why not? We got a couple seconds to kill. There's not anything crazy going on at this current moment. Um, fill out this contact page on our website, willbrattonwx.com/contact. Go ahead and you can just enter your name, your email, and your message, hit submit. It'll go right to me, and we will, I'll be in touch with you, and we can try to put something together. So I appreciate it, Weather Cannon. Definitely shoot me an email, and we can get in touch. What you got, Romeo? Wow. That was 3.5-inch hail. Is that what you were saying? Or 3.4-inch hail. Interesting number has been reported out in Elbert County in Colorado. I believe that's where these storms just came from, out this direction. Yeah, there's Elbert right there. So we've definitely had significant hail falling associated with these storms. So uh, yeah, big time hail going on in Colorado. That was southeast of the Denver metro region. So definitely confirms our suspicion from earlier in the broadcast about the hail threat. The current hail threat is still, my goodness, just northwest of Meriden here in Wyoming. This one is just pretty insane. I mean, this hail core looks. oh, oh my goodness, that is just genuinely insane. That is actually mind-boggling, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that is pretty funny, in terms of just radar presentation. You don't really see that a lot. That is a heck of a hail core. If you're in northwest of Meriden or near Lagrange, Hawk Springs, you need to be taking this hail extremely seriously. This is the type of hail that can cause, significant damage to property, vehicles. If you, your dogs, your cattle are out there, you get bonked on the head by one of those, and like I said, it's lights out. So you need to take these types of storms very seriously. I'm gonna take a quick peek at our friends out in Kansas here and see what's going on. So we've got a little bit of a concern with a little bit of, as I said, you're eating my onion rings like a chud. We've got a little bit of a concerning triple point kind of action going on here, as Romeo was just telling me. We do still have this boundary going through Goodland as well. That's definitely a concern as storms begin to fire off in this region. But any supercells that can stay discreet and fire off throughout this region are going to be concerning. As we did just have a tornado warning in Kentucky. Whoa! What's going on in Kentucky right now? The Paducah radar is down. There are like 3 radars down in the Kentucky region right now, so we might be flying a little blind here. See if Nashville's up. No. Okay, this is we've got a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat going on here. Yeah, wow, I wasn't even paying attention to this. That's pretty crazy, and to think I almost chased down there tonight. But we've got a definitely a tornado warning here, headed towards Lamasco, headed towards Eddyville, Kudowa, Grand Rivers, and east of Bryansburg. This is a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat here. So yeah, you can definitely see the notching here on radar. A lot of times with these types of situations, you'll just get a little tornado right here. Usually, not always, but usually they're not super strong or super long lasting. Usually they're briefer kind of spin up tornadoes. But this is definitely one to stay vigilant about if you're out in Livingston, Lyon, and Marshall counties in Kentucky. Yeah, this is definitely one to watch. Yeah, this is an interesting looking cell. And in a little bit of a radar hole right now because the Paducah radar is down, as well as numerous other radars. For some reason, like everything is down in this region right now. I mean, my goodness. Florida man weather, my man in the chat, CJ, how you doing, brother? CJ is one of our storm chasers with Mark Sudduth. That announcement is going to be coming to social media within a day or two. He's going to be out in the plains in just a couple of days, and we'll probably see him on a broadcast in the next couple of days as well. So, again, we don't have any chasers out in the field tonight. Tonight wasn't really an expected broadcast, but we do have things. We do have things rolling. Why not? It doesn't hurt. So, that's where we're at right now, basically. But more chaser signings are going to be coming in the future. We've got, like I said, with CJ and another big announcement coming as well. A total of like 5 chasers that we're about to announce. So far, we've only formally announced Adrian Roncahan. He is the GOAT. We love Adrian. Super excited to be working with him. I was just chatting with him earlier today. We talk pretty much every day at this point about severe weather. So he's a great asset to have on our team, and really excited to see what other chasers were able to pick up as well. As things near Denmark and Vesper, Ash Grove here in Kansas do look to be getting a lot more concerning, to be quite frank with you here. Yeah, this is a concerning one here near Vesper, Sylvian Grove, Lincoln, Denmark, eventually headed towards Westfall, Beverly, Ada, Tescott, Bernard, even, and Ash Grove. This is a definitely a concerning one to potentially become tornadic. Um, yeah, again, this area is pretty congested, and anything that's able to fire off to the south in this area, as you can see, some of these cells are trying to do that. Anything that is able to successfully fire off near Sylvian Grove could kind of pose a limiting factor here. As you can see, all sorts of stuff trying to fire off there. Storm mode is getting much messier. I'm assuming at this point the cap's probably fully mixed out in this region at least, or at least ahead of these storms, maybe due to their outflow. And so we are getting a pretty significant amount of popcorn cumulus kind of firing up. And that's going to limit the tornado threat a little bit. But right now, definitely a tornado threat in Vesper and Denmark. This storm is not tornado warned. I'm not saying it should be, but it's definitely one to be paying attention to. My goodness. Yeah. So flash flood warning in Wyoming. Oh, yeah. There's a there would be a flash flood warning right there. So we've got. I wonder if this is observed or what we've got here. But for um, yeah. Wow. This is in Nebraska here. We've got Box Beauty, Morrill, Scotts Bluff, and Furnace counties in Nebraska that are all under a flash flood warning. Again, this flash flood warning, I believe, is that should be Furnace. Um, Everything else up here near Perrin, Bayard, Angora, headed towards Alliance, McGrew. These types of regions, definitely a flash flood risk going on out here. So significant rainfall. I mean, we'll see what the National Weather Service has said about it. I'm just gonna, yeah, they've got between an inch and an inch and a half of rain with additional amounts, potentially doubling that. And I'm assuming that is due to, once again, like we were talking about earlier, this boundary that these storms are beginning to follow. Our favorite cell out here that's been the most robust looking hail producer potentially. No real rotation, uh, or at least concerning rotation going on here. But this cell has now been extended out as it is moving a little bit more southeasterly now at this point. So, or southeastward, I should say, at this point. And that is due to, again, it's latching onto that boundary and beginning to turn to its right. So this is the time where if we were going to see the updraft over here begin to develop a significant rotation and tornado threat, it would happen pretty soon here. So definitely one to watch, as we've got a lot of precipitation and hail coming through the Nebraska Panhandle and south, like extreme southeastern Wyoming near LaGrange as well. Again, the only tornado warning we've got right now is this QLCS threat out here in Kentucky. I keep forgetting that Paducah is down. I'm like, man, my radar isn't loading. Nope, it is loading. The Paducah radar is just down. Yeah, definitely a decently concerning one here. Again, this is a line of thunderstorms where you might be able to get a spin up tornado, something along this region here. And that is that's going to be the number one concern associated with these storms. Obviously, straight line winds is going to be a significant threat as well. We've got obviously a Boeing segment, or I shouldn't say obviously, we've got a Boeing segment here where at this point you're looking at a pretty significant straight line wind threat that could be developing with this storm, especially as nightfall happens here in Kentucky and it becomes a little bit more outflow dominant. In Kentucky, they're in Central Time here, so we are looking at 8:09 p.m. right now in this region. So as the sun begins to go down, we're definitely going to definitely going to get a little bit more outflow dominance, and yeah, the wind threat here is definitely going to increase here through Kentucky. Yeah, we've definitely got this cell here being one to watch, or this line of thunderstorms, I should say, this QLCS type of deal. It is Romeo's just told me that it's moving into a little bit better of a thermodynamic situation here into extreme southwestern Kentucky. Again, we are part of a little bit of an MCV that's kind of settled into this region. So I can go ahead and pull some more frames here, and we can kind of see the evolution of this storm down here, this little MCS kind of action here. As you can see, it's beginning to, yeah, my goodness. Yeah, you can see it pretty clearly as all this precipitation. I mean, you've just got a pretty giant looking MCV going on here. Just a localized area of surface winds rotating. I wish I could get surface observations on here. I don't have any. Well, I guess I have METAR if it'll. I don't know if my METAR will work today. I don't think it will. But yeah, I can't get the surface observations to confirm exactly if this is looking at an MCV, but I'm definitely leaning towards that direction. As um, yeah, you can see this cell kind of, yeah, that's interesting. It's like we've got an MCV kind of right over Paducah almost. Yeah, this storm near Lagrange still looking pretty concerning with the hill core here. Onion ring break. Interesting. So we do have. It looks like this is right along some sort of a boundary here. I don't know how many frames I'm able to go back. There's looks like we might have multiple boundaries here in Texas. So I know this is a region we haven't really talked about tonight, but we're in Hockley and Terry counties down here in Texas. We got a severe thunderstorm warning. This one is not really moving at all. They've tagged it as moving east at 3 knots. So this thing is basically just sitting there, not really doing anything at all. But it looks like these storms might be firing off along some sort of a boundary down here. Oh yeah, well maybe. It looks like some earlier convection north and around Lubbock just like all completely fell apart, and you can see some pretty significant boundaries coming off of this um, previous convection as it dissipated, and now you've got other convection that's firing off here and beginning to interact with that. So you can see as this cell literally forms and gets it starts moving towards the northeast, and then it basically gets shoved backwards. It's like getting blocked at the rim. That is definitely pretty interesting. Down here near Needmore Meadow, what is that? Ropesville, Clawn or Clawney, Sundown, Meadow. I think I already said. Yeah, that is definitely a concern there. We've got another flash flood warning here as well, a localized region. I'm gonna assume this is gonna be something that was confirmed. Yeah, definitely a concerning flash flood warning here if you're southwest of Denver City. This does appear to be pretty much just farmland. So I'm muted on broadcast or just in Discord? Oh, okay. All right, we're good now. I don't know what happened there. Um, yeah, let's take another look at the MCV looking deal going on in Kentucky. I'm going to assume that we've got an MCV here at this point. I know we don't have surface observations, but this is definitely resembling an MCV at the very least here. Basically centered around Paducah or Sharp here. Um, yeah, this. I mean, I find it difficult to believe this wouldn't be an MCV. This is looking the most MCV coded thing of all time. They did go ahead and cancel that tornado warning as the threat has diminished here. We're becoming, yeah, a little bit more outflow dominant. Where's the radar I'm dealing with down there? Okay, so yeah, this cell is not quite as concerning. I could see a potential risk for any kind of recycling on the southeastern part of this Boeing segment at this point, which is pretty typical. A lot of times you'll see on the southeastern segment of Boeing segments, especially ones associated with dry lines, which this is not, but you'll definitely see that kind of stuff going on where you can get those tornadoes in this type of region, basically associated with this line. But I'm not terribly concerned with it going on with this line right now. Is this is more of an MCV type of thing, basically. Like I said before, it's just a big surface winds area where I can go ahead and disable the radar here for a second. What you've basically got is a giant circulation here that looks like this. And so that's kind of what's causing the spin. It's definitely looking to me like this is most certainly an MCV going on here. So yeah, just localized surface winds. It looks like North Mississippi weather in the chat is telling us he's got surface observations, and it's absolutely a MCV. So definitely, I'm gonna take his word on that and say that's pretty much confirmation. This is definitely an MCV. Like I said, I would have been shocked if it wasn't because of the way that it's rotating. I mean, you can literally watch it rotate during its evolution here. We can go ahead and follow it. If we start here, you can watch targets begin to get pulled this way. And with this cell, you can see its trajectory being pulled this way. So you most certainly have an MCV here. And with all this precip too, that just makes a lot of sense. So definitely an interesting situation going on here in Kentucky. Not anything that I particularly expected. We do have a tornado warning here now in Goshen, in Laramie. It was a small tornado warning. This was the cell that we were worried about. This is headed towards LaGrange. Like I said, as it turns right on that boundary, it's going to become a little bit more concerning. Let's see what they've got here. Tornado and tennis ball sized hail. moving east at 15 miles per hour. Again, this is headed towards LaGrange, Meriden. Um, this is definitely a concerning one. You can see it beginning to hook out a little bit. I know, Adrian. You can see it beginning to hook out here a little bit. If you were going to get a tornado, we'd be looking at pretty much this region right in here, just north of Meriden. So yeah, this is definitely a concerning tornado polygon. Like I said earlier, as it latches onto this boundary that it had set up here through Wyoming and the Nebraska Panhandle. That was going to be the most significant concern as the surface winds are going to become a much more laminar. So that is kind of what we're dealing with right now. We can like literally see that happening in real time. As you can see, the cell really trying hard to establish good, clean inflow here. And again, a lot of this is air with lots of resources that just hasn't been used yet. So definitely a pretty concerning cell here. We're going to go ahead and stay with this one to the best of our ability, as it is the only tornado warning cell on the map. It is accompanied by a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, the one we had earlier. We're looking at tennis ball sized hail again and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with this storm. So yeah, if you're in Meriden, LaGrange, get to a basement if you've got one or some sort of a sturdy structure, because this is definitely one to be concerned about, at least for the time being. Looking at the big cluster in Kansas into the overnight hours was a question that was just asked in the chat. Is this did they put a destructive? That's a considerable. Okay. So, yeah, as this MCS situation, this giant cluster of thunderstorms here migrates its way towards the east, the Kansas City metro area could definitely experience a pretty significant straight line wind threat. I would be much more concerned about that once this becomes a little bit more of a Boeing line segment and moves towards the Kansas metro. Right now, it's kind of a congealed mess. As you can see at the moment, it is still trying to get some sort of rotation going. There's a lot of radar interference going on here. Let's go ahead and tap in. I believe that's the yeah, I mean, it's trying to get going. Looking at the Dodge City radar, I mean, Dodge City radar is really far away, so we're looking pretty upper level at this point. It's definitely got a couple of rotating updrafts, at least at the high levels, out of the Topeka radar. We've got, it just doesn't look so great out of there. It's a little far. And then looking out of Wichita, same deal. We've got we've definitely got a handful of competing updrafts, and that's going to limit the tornado threat. But I'm definitely the most concerned about a straight line wind threat moving into the Kansas City metro, with potentially some hail as well as we get into the later evening hours, assuming that this is going to form some sort of a Boeing segment of thunderstorms. We can go ahead and pull some of these older radar scans here and kind of watch the progression of this cell. Yeah, as you can see, things beginning to turn a little bit more eastward, which is to be expected in the overnight hours here. So I'd definitely be concerned about this cell, or this cluster of cells, I should say, as it pushes towards the Kansas City metro. It's possible that it ends up south of Kansas City and more towards like Fort Scott, Pittsburgh, Mound City type of regions. Very possible that's where we end up in terms of the largest straight line wind threat, but one to be concerned about, or at least attentive of, in Kansas City. If you've got any kind of loose items out on a balcony or in your backyard, tie them down or bring them inside. It wouldn't hurt, you know. But we do still have this tornado warning cell out here in southeastern Wyoming. Again, here's a little bit of a bigger picture look at the map. At this current moment, we've got all sorts of thunderstorms and a couple of supercells in northeastern Colorado that are going to begin moving in towards this whole region that's got pretty solid. My goodness, what did I just click on? What did I do? I did the highlighter. That was weird. Into this region of much better lower level environmental conditions. So as they move this direction, if anything is able to stay discrete, that's going to be our most significant concern for tornadoes. If it's going to become linear, then obviously that shifts to a straight line wind threat, and that is going to be concerning as well. Yeah, this has really been an interesting cell to watch up here as all of these cells here are interacting with this boundary here that's stretching from southeastern Wyoming into the Nebraska Panhandle. And I mentioned this cell earlier about when it turns right as it starts to interact a little bit better with that boundary. And yeah, I'm not really impressed by this storm, to be honest with you. They may go ahead and cancel this tornado warning in a little while, unless they've got someone out there that's seeing visible rotation at the low levels, at least. But the radar beam's coming in at less than 3,000 feet here. So you would definitely want to see this be tighter if you were looking to get a tornado. Obviously, there's a couple of populated areas along this stretch. So we don't want a tornado there. But yeah, definitely somewhat concerning. And if you're in Meriden or Lagrange or in that general vicinity, you need to be paying attention to this one. Again, this is also a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We've seen numerous times. We've looked at the volumetric scan um, of this hail core, excuse me, that was looking really significant, especially earlier. It's not quite as beefy now. You can take another look at it here, but yeah, you can see it looks like it might be leaning towards becoming just a little bit more or a little bit less updraft dominant, I should say, which is good to mitigate the tornado threat. Hopefully here, as this storm, moves towards its east and continues to interact with this boundary. But like Romeo was saying in my ear earlier, and like we discussed earlier on the broadcast as well, this region up here in northeastern Colorado and into the Nebraska Panhandle and even northwestern Kansas is definitely the most concerning for a tornadic threat at this current moment. If we can get anything that will fire off and stay discreet in that area. Right now, we've got a little bit of a segment. It's not all connected. Storms are still kind of doing their thing in that region here in northern northern and northeastern Colorado, especially out here. Yeah, beginning to become a little bit more linear. But again, not to continue to punch the dead horse right in the face, but definitely would be a possible tornado threat if anything can stay discreet. And if things become linear, we're looking at a much more significant wind threat, especially into the overnight hours. Again, they're in mountain time out there in Colorado, so it's only 7:26 there. They've still got 2 hours nearly of daylight, an hour and a half or so. So as this storm continues to move off, we are going to be more concerned. We did just get a tornado warning here in Yuma that's popped up right in Eckley. I happen to be looking right at it. We're in a little bit of a radar hole. Got it. We've got this tornado warning out here in Eckley. This is a pretty small region. I'm gonna assume that this is coming from some sort of visual that they got on this. It's a pretty small polygon. It's not a storm I'm terribly concerned about, but again, it's in a little bit of a radar hole. So you sometimes want to err on the side of caution with these. The radar beam coming out of Fort Gold's coming at like 4,800 to 5,000 feet. We've also got this flash flood warning, a secondary one that's been issued up out in Texas, I should say, down in Texas. This is north of Brownfield, covering what do we got out here? We've got Hockley and Gaines County are the two counties impacted by these two flash flood warnings here. As a lot of precipitation has just been forming along this line, some sort of a boundary interaction, it seems like, coming through this region. A lot of these storms have basically stalled out and dumped all their precip in the same spot. So if you're anywhere in this region, I would definitely be concerned about flash flooding. Usually, flash flood warnings are mostly going to issue when they get some sort of visual confirmation from the public. A lot of the times, our emergency management that there is flash flooding that appears like it's about to begin as water begins to accumulate. But yeah, definitely one to stay aware of if you're in Opdyke West, Smyre, northwest of Ropesville, Klawny, north of Needmore and Meadow. Again, this is all north of the Brownfield and west of Lubbock areas. And then down here in Denver, southwest of Denver City, not a very populated region out here, but definitely concerning. Again, we've got two tornado warnings on the map right now. We've got our cell out here in Lagrange, which is still not looking super impressive. I mean, it's getting some pretty significant DBZ values brought around the backside of the storm. But it doesn't look like it's really the RFD is able to occlude it. So in other words, this back part of the storm here brings with it a front, like a little mini cold front essentially. And if that is able to kind of pinch off the inflow here, then a lot of times those winds, those inflow winds will speed up, and you'll be able to get a tornado in that moment. So that is definitely concerning if we're able to get that to happen, but the RFD doesn't really seem to be catching up um, very much, at least right now. So still a significant hail threat there. And obviously, this is a tornado warning that you need to take seriously, but I'm not super concerned about it at this current moment, at least. Again, the radar doesn't always tell the full story. There could be a tornado warning or a tornado on the ground right now. And there's no real way to know, but I don't think that's the case. This looks like hail um, going on here with the radar. I mean, I guess it's possible we've got a tornado on the ground here. But again, this is not the most impressive looking velocity couplet by any stretch. I can go ahead and do a little bit better of a job here. Yeah, even when you do that, the velocity couplet's still not looking all too terribly impressive. We've got, again, our second tornado warning down in Yuma, which is actually where we were not long ago. I was just down in Yuma, like about a week and a half ago, ate at a Pizza Hut out there. Shout out the Pizza Hut in Yuma. But yeah, we're in Eckley here. And again, this is Yuma County out in eastern Colorado, northeastern Colorado. So this is also a severe thunderstorm warned storm with inch hail. This is headed towards Ray and towards the Nebraska Panhandle. And again, things are becoming a little bit more linear. My goodness, it looks like we might be getting an elevated hail risk near Flagler and Siebert, north of those two towns, northwest of Vona and northwest of Stratton, as well, southwest of Kirk. Definitely a significant core on this storm here, and one that could definitely be producing some hail. I'm not sitting here saying this is definitely producing giant hail or anything, but it easily could be producing damaging hail at this very moment. The National Weather Service has it tagged for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as things are becoming a little bit more outflow dominant. Yeah, definitely becoming more outflow dominant, which is good if you want to mitigate your tornado risk and ideally not have people be impacted and hurt by tornadoes. We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out here in Kansas now. As yeah, this is just a total mess out here in Kansas. I mean, there's a bunch of competing updrafts, but we've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. What do they have it tagged with here? We've got 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 2-inch hail. So this is more of a much more of a wind threat, which makes sense when you look at these velocities. It's kind of looking a little bit unhinged. Yeah, this is just a giant cluster of mess going on here in Kansas. And again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. The tiers that you can get with these tagged severe thunderstorms are you can get your severe thunderstorm that's general. You can get a tornado possible one. You can get considerable, destructive, and catastrophic. So we are looking at a destructive severe thunderstorm. These can deal some significant damage. It's not a tornado warning. The sirens aren't going to go off for these, but these are ones you really need to pay attention to. These are the types that if you get them over a long Boeing segment that's 250 miles or longer, a lot of times you can get yourself a nice little derecho going on. Oh my goodness. This is just a giant wind risk out here right now. My goodness. Yeah, looks like our tornado warning just got canceled. For the storm that I wasn't too terribly concerned about near Lagrange, yeah, um, definitely the right decision from the National Weather Service, in my opinion. There, but again, this is still a storm with a very significant hail threat. We've still got some pretty large hail going on here. I mean, this hail core, we've taken like about 50 volumetric scans of it tonight. It definitely looks like the updraft and downdraft are becoming less separated. So this storm is not going to be quite as concerning with any kind of a tornado risk, and it may not last as long. But it's definitely concerning for hail. If it begins to dissipate, it's going to just dump all that hail. You could get kind of like a downburst type of deal. So that is definitely a concerning storm for Lagrange. I hope that it can survive until it gets east of that populated area. This is interesting. Got you. Yeah, we do have new information coming in about a little bit of an overlap going on with some of these new watches that were just issued, with severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches kind of overlapping. Um, Romeo is telling me that it seems like the National Weather Service is becoming increasingly confident in more of a Boeing segment risk, so a more straight line wind damage risk going into the evening hours, in less of a storm mode that's favorable for tornado genesis, which is definitely a good thing. Again, we only have one tornado warning right now. It's here in Yuma. What I was highlighting a minute ago was this appears to be anticyclonic rotation. So that's always interesting when you get tornadoes that are spinning the wrong direction, essentially, from what you're used to anyway. Again, this is coming out of the Goodland radar here in Kansas. So green means towards the radar, boom. Red means away, boom. And when you put that together, you've got a little bit of anticyclonic rotation going on here. So it's interesting. I didn't notice that earlier. That's definitely a possible anticyclonic tornado that could have happened earlier, but I think they're going to let this expire and probably can't, or maybe cancel it within the next minute or two. As this rotation is not, it's very broad. It doesn't look very concerning to me. But yeah, we're definitely going to grow upscale a little bit this evening and turn into a little bit more of a mess. And my goodness, you can already see, I mean, the wind threat associated with this is just pretty monstrous, to be quite honest with you. This is a pretty concerning wind threat as we get into the later hours here, through central Kansas, eventually towards maybe the Kansas City metro area or south of that region. I mean, these storms are really, really developing some crazy winds. And again, and the Storm Prediction Center had talked about that in their discussion this morning. They did just go ahead and lift our tornado warning out here. Oh, maybe they didn't. Okay, I see what's happening. I forgot I had this we were cycling through the frames here. Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if this should go away any minute now. I'm not really concerned about a tornado here near Ray in eastern Colorado, northeastern Colorado at this point. This is really interesting here, as it looks like we might have a couple of like supercells in a straight line. Out in New Cambria here. This is bizarre. We've we've got a broad region of rotation here near New Cambria, and this is a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning here. But this is just a really strange setup here, where you've got three like almost identical looking supercells in a straight line. Very very strange going on here out in Kansas. Yeah, it looks like we have gone ahead and updated the tornado warning here in Yuma. It's gotten a lot smaller. To be quite honest with you, I don't know why they didn't just cancel it at this point. I'm not seeing what they're seeing, but that's okay. The National Weather Service knows more than I do. Um, so yeah, again, this has 5 minutes remaining on it. It's a very small region with this tornado warning at this point, where you had this at this point, you just have very, very broad anticyclonic rotation, not anything I'm terribly concerned about. You do have these giant severe thunderstorm polygons, as a lot of this stuff is going to become a lot more outflow dominant here. And what we're going to have is this giant Boeing segment here, where you're going to have possibly a southern end Charlie, like what you've got going on here, where you've got that's where your tornadic risk is. But yeah, this is just going to be a giant wind threat, wind producing event. The type of thing that people like to throw around the buzzword of a derecho. Fun fact: derechos, you can't look at a radar and say that a derecho is happening or is going to happen. Derechos are basically a damage survey that comes out after the storm goes through, where if you find 250 miles of straight line wind damage in a line, then you would have a derecho if it reaches other certain criteria. But this is the type that you could see a derecho come out of. Again, a similar thing going on in Kansas later this evening. But right now, you've definitely got a little bit of a potential tornado threat here with this storm just east of Salina, northwest of Kip, near New Cambria, Solomon, Abilene, headed towards Tallmadge and Enterprise and Niles. And they just issued another giant polygon with a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This one is again 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's the dominating factor here, where we've got just all sorts of wind coming down here into Kansas as these storms begin to become a little bit more outflow dominant. Yeah, these are pretty interesting here. Yeah, this final tornado warning, I'm sure this is going to be able to expire here soon. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I'm just oh, you know what? Actually, it looks like the anticyclonic rotation here is improving just a little bit. Again, I'm not terribly concerned about this cell, to be honest with you, but it is our only tornado warned cell. It has moved out of that polygon. I'm there. It goes. Perfect timing. I figured that cell would be gone any second, or that polygon would be gone any second. But it's possible they issue another one here. As we go up in our tilt angles here, you can see the mid-level rotation somewhat there. Um, I mean, this is right here. We're looking at almost 10,000 feet, so nothing that I'm really that concerned about. Even at our lowest tilt angle here, we're at about 5,000 feet. This is not a storm that I'm terribly concerned about at this point. I mean, again, anticyclonic rotation, it's broad. But yeah, that is our last tornado warning has expired, at least for the time being. We could definitely get more. We'll take another peek up at what's going on in Wyoming and into the Nebraska Panhandle out here. Definitely becoming a little bit more of possibly a wind threat. It looks like what I kind of talked about a little bit ago maybe is beginning to happen as near Lagrange, the cell's just beginning to dump all of that hail as things are becoming a little bit more downdraft dominant. And we're definitely going to get more of a straight line wind threat later on, and definitely a flash flood threat. Obviously, we have that flash flood warning issued here in Nebraska for Box Beauty, Morrill, and Scotts Bluff counties. But this is definitely a concerning one in terms of the flash flooding. And again, we're working along this boundary that we've mentioned a handful of times now, where these storms are going to be pretty significant with wind, um, especially later into the evening. So we need to keep a close eye on those as we get into the later hours. We're getting, I mean, at this point, we're beginning to get like a multitude of large Boeing segments um, associated with all of these storms, all of this these different regions of convection where the straight line wind threat is going to become I mean even more significant by the minute basically. So again, here's kind of an outline of those regions of concern, and where these kinds of lines are tracking towards. We've got more something like this. This map's getting real messy, and that's just the nature of this type of event. We've got a big wind bag is what I like to call them, just lots of wind. Yeah, definitely a very concerning wind event. And again, we've got flash flood warnings going on. There's one in extreme northern Texas, near the Oklahoma panhandle. We've got other flash floods going on, flash flood warnings I should say, throughout. We've got a couple in Nebraska. We've got some more down here in Texas. We've got some out in Kentucky. We've got even one in Georgia. Yeah, I mean, that's just a giant mess out here. There's all sorts of precipitation and things to be concerned about. Again, at this current moment, not a very significant tornadic threat. We're not too terribly concerned about tornadoes. We are out here watching for significant straight line winds. As you can see, yeah, this is becoming much more of a wind threat. As you can see, our hail values are not none of these algorithmic derived radar products are really screaming out to me that we've got a significant hail threat in Kansas here. We just got a giant wind bag. And the potential, like we talked about before, these random supercells, they do look to be merging. That's kind of what I expected. If we do get one updraft that's able to kind of dominate the rest, like we could have here in New Cambria, that's the one we'd be concerned about. Possibly here near Culver. Oh, speaking of Culver, I just ate Culver's, but yeah, near Culver and near New Cambria, just kind of in the Salina area. That's kind of what we're worried about here in terms of the potential tornado threat. That's where it would be. Again, if we can get anything, I can go ahead and draw another one of these wonderful circles. If we can get anything to fire off ahead of the line out here, potentially off of some sort of an outflow boundary or another boundary that was set up last night, whatever it may be. If anything can fire off and stay discreet, we would definitely have an elevated tornado risk with any of those storms compared to what we're seeing on the map right now, at least. We can go ahead and take a quick peek back towards Kentucky and see what's going on here. As looks like, yeah, yet another one of these giant wind events, basically. So they've got this tagged for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Everything's becoming pretty outflow dominant. Again, this is the MCV we talked about before. So you've got surface winds that are kind of rotating in a big circle like this. And then you've got this line of storms here that's forming all this outflow. And that is where your significant wind threat is going to come from. So that's definitely one to watch through Kentucky as well. Again, we can take a look down near Alabama and Georgia, where we've got other flash flood warnings going on, more precipitation in those regions as well. Yeah, so I'm hearing we do have confirmation of wind damage out in Kansas as these storms have begun to move through. And yeah, you can see multiple notching segments here where you could get like brief spin up tornadoes. But regardless of whether or not you do, what you most certainly have is potentially up to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming out of these storms. I mean, these are very, very significant wind gusts. I mean, again, we've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for 80-mile-per-hour wind and ping pong ball sized hail associated with one of these cells out here in the middle. But everywhere along this entire line, The wind threat is just pretty enormous with these. And again, you can see a little bit of notching beginning to go on um, in a couple of different parts with this storm. This is definitely a concern area of concern north of Carnero. That would be definitely one that I'm concerned about with a potential spin up tornado. We are very high in the atmosphere when we're looking at this, though. We're looking at almost 8,000 feet. So, yeah, definitely you have to take it with a slight grain of salt here. Um, go ahead and see what a couple of the radars think. What elevation? I mean, there's some interference going on here, but this is even higher. We can look at Wichita, or I think that's what we were looking at before. Is it? I think, yeah. But yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, it's there. Look, I mean, it's there at the upper levels, but hearing we might have a tornado possible tag on one of these polygons. See if we can find it. Okay, it's apparently one of these cells up in Nebraska, is what I'm hearing. We've got a tornado possible tag. I think this is the only considerable polygon in Nebraska. Or I am seeing two. Oh, okay, it's the Lagrange one. They may have this tornado possible tagged still. Let me look. Actually, I don't think they do. Hang on. Interesting. The wind threat has been observed, by the way, on this cell that is now entering the Nebraska Panhandle region. We can look at from the Tedford radar. Again, these storms are not the type that are going to produce like the most giant hail or anything like that necessarily. But we are looking at a very significant wind threat coming out of these storms, just a giant wind bag. Yeah, our Lagrange storm out here is still kicking. It looks like it's maybe trying to recycle on the southwestern edge here, developing possibly a new RFD and this younger updraft beginning to take over. So that's definitely one to watch. Again, especially as it moves into the Nebraska Panhandle, as I've mentioned a billion times at this point, the conditions are pretty favorable in that region. It's not as great as it is out here in southwestern, excuse me, Nebraska and northwestern Kansas. But we're not really getting any storms firing off in that area, which is a good thing. But yeah, my goodness, this wind threat out here in central Kansas is pretty insane. Um, oh, what's going on here? Looks like we've lost some of our radar products from the Wichita radar, so we're going to stay away from there. But yeah, I mean, this is just an insane wind threat at this point. I mean, obviously we're high up. We are looking at 10,000 feet in the air, but you're getting pretty extreme velocities going on out here. And yeah, this cell near Kip in Abilene definitely has a very robust rotating updraft at the upper levels, the mid to upper levels, I should say. But at the low levels, again, where the lowest we can get is about 5,500 feet, and it's not looking as great. But this is definitely a cell that we want to pay attention to near Kip, New Cambria, Solomon, Abilene, headed towards Navarre, Chapman, even later on tonight. Yeah, the next scan actually did just get a little bit better. Yeah, this is definitely one that I would be a little bit concerned about here near Kip, New Cambria, Solomon, Abilene, Enterprise. We're in central Kansas here is what we're looking at. It looks like we did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued out ahead of our old Lyman friend that is now becoming just a giant wind producer. So we've got 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 2-inch hail on this considerable tagged severe thunderstorm warning as this cell continues to push towards its east, towards Burlington and towards the Kansas border. So I can go ahead and disable our, I won't do that. There we go. I can disable all our warning polygons. We can take a little bit of a look around the map for just a moment here. We've got multiple Boeing segments where significant winds are going to be possible throughout Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska. That's definitely a pretty significant area of concern. Down into Kentucky, we had that MCV deal going on, which is definitely an area of concern as well. Again, keep in mind there's a lot of radars down in this region, so we don't really have the best information on it. As it moves towards its east, that will help things out, especially southeast. That'll help things out. This is another potential wind threat producer here out in Kentucky and into northern Tennessee, as it is severe warned at this current moment. Yeah. Adrian's in the chat, and he's telling us the new Cambria cell is reconsolidating the baroclinic gradient, and I assume he meant the surface inflow is ramping up accordingly. The full cycle is about complete. Basically, what he's trying to tell us is this cell is trying to get its act together in simple terms. And you can, everything Adrian just said is absolutely spot on. You can literally watch it happen. You can watch these targets on this new Cambria storm begin to get pulled around here on the backside as it continues to develop. This is definitely one that I would be increasingly concerned about here. I would not be surprised if the next, scan or two begin to look good. We will definitely be seeing a potential for a tornado warning to be issued onto this cell. Okay, looks like we did just actually get that tornado warning issued. So here we go. Out in Cambria, I'm sure, or New Cambria, excuse me, and Solomon, I'm going to assume this polygon should pop up any second for me here. But we've got a tornado warning here in effect. Yeah, this is definitely a concerning one here. And we got 1 3/4 inch hail as well coming out of the storm. There's our tornado warning polygon. There she is. Yeah. So we've got this severe thunderstorm warning here. This is probably a 45-minute warning. Yeah, it's a 50-minute warning. And we've got, let's see, up to 2-inch hail now. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So this is actually 2 separate polygons. I'm not going to lie. Okay. So they might be on the edge of 2 different WFOs here. So that's probably why this was probably supposed to be 1 polygon, but when you're at the edge of 2 WFOs, sometimes you got to make compromises. So, but yeah, definitely a very much increasing tornado threat here near Kip, New Cambria, Solomon, Abilene, headed eventually towards Navarre, Enterprise, Chapman, Woodbine, Skiddy, Junction City, all later on in the evening if this cell can remain a threat. But if you were going to get a tornado, it would be somewhere in this type of region. Again, as we pull up our velocities here, again, we're looking at this point at 5,000 feet in the air. So this is not exactly aligned with where the base of your mesocyclone is going to be. It's probably going to be somewhere around here or here, something like that, depending on the tilt of the storm. But this is definitely a concerning one here in Kansas now, in central Kansas. I can give you a little bit of a zoom out here and we can see where we're at. Here's our tornado warning polygon here. And obviously, again, we're in central Kansas at this point, eventually headed towards Topeka. So we've got a long ways to go before it gets to another major urban area, but this is a very concerning severe thunderstorm at this point. We've just literally watched it go through its cycle. I can go ahead and show that again, as here's the cell beginning to fire off near Salina, pretty much right over town, actually. Gets severe warned. You can see it beginning to take on that kidney bean morphology, as well as there was a couple other cells doing about the same thing throughout this region. But as we continue forward in time, we're going to see that the new Cambria cell completely dominates. It just swallows everything for the most part to its north. We still have this cell as well near Bennington and Verde and Niles. That's not one that I'm very concerned about. It's going to be near impossible for it to establish inflow that would be effective for tornado genesis. But we've definitely got an increasing tornado threat near Solomon, Abilene, New Cambria, and Kip. We are in Kansas near Saline and Dickinson counties is where we're at. So definitely one to watch if you're in those regions. If you're in either of these tornado polygons, you need to be down in a basement. This is the type of storm that we can show it on a map pretty easily here. I mean, it's got very clean inflow. There's nothing out here in front of it right now to stop its inflow or contaminate it. And again, the low level jet begins to become more active into the evening hours. That could enhance that inflow as well, those surface winds. And this is the type of cell that you could get definitely the largest or most significant tornado risk of the night with. So this is the one I'm definitely the most concerned with out of the whole evening so far. So again, if you're in this polygon, you need to be paying close attention. If you're out ahead of this polygon, again, I can show again where this cell is headed towards, and we can watch it visually together, like one big happy family here. As you can see, this cell beginning to kind of track. Wow, I changed the size of my dot there. I didn't like how small that dot was. Yeah, you can see the cell beginning to kind of turn a little bit more due east and potentially even slightly southeast. Again, this could be a boundary interaction, and it also could be associated with the original forcing mechanism from this whole event that's leading to the significant Boeing segment wind risk. But if this cell can stay out ahead of it, and it looks like we just got another oh, I'm sorry. I keep doing that where I'm like, oh, we got another polygon was just issued, and it's just because I'm cycling through all the frames. But yeah, we've got again, this is a pretty significant tornado threat. At this point, we have no confirmation whether or not there's a tornado on the ground. At least on radar, it definitely doesn't look like there is. But radar is behind, and we're only looking 5,000 feet in the air and higher at this point. So if you're in the path of this storm, you need to be paying close attention, especially if this cell can continue to ride the outflow of this main mess in front of it, or behind it, excuse me. If it can continue to ride that outflow and stay discreet and ahead of that line of thunderstorms, it's going to continue to pose the most significant tornado threat of the night. So it is one that we need to pay close attention to here, especially if you're currently in Dickinson or Saline counties in central Kansas. Taking a quick peek back towards the Kansas-Colorado border, we still have this cell producing pretty significant winds. It's a considerable severe thunderstorm tag as well. And again, yeah, you can just tell these storms. Actually, this one almost looks like it might be trying to ingest some sort of. It looks like it's trying to ingest some sort of localized inflow or something along those lines. This cell might end up posing a pretty or a brief tornado risk as well. Basically right in this region. So that's one we need to watch, just north of Stratton, northwest of Bethune and Burlington. That is definitely one we need to pay attention to. We did just get an updated radar scan here. And it looks like it's beginning to show a little bit of hook morphology. This is definitely one to pay close attention to here out near the Kansas-Colorado border. Guys, keep a close eye on that one and let me know if a warning pops up for that. So I've just gotten word from Sam, who's taking a look at the trending of this storm and its echo tops over time. It does appear, I've only got 2 frames to work with right here, but it does appear that the updraft is strengthening with this storm and echo tops are continuing to build. So this is definitely a concerning storm here out in near the Kansas-Colorado border. Definitely one that I would be paying close attention to if I was the nearest National Weather Service office. Taking a look at what we talked about earlier near Lagrange, I talked about that storm would probably begin to dump all its hail out and dissipate. It looks like that's what's happening here. I'm going to pull some older frames and we can get confirmation on that. And that is, in fact, exactly what happened. That storm just absolutely died. And I mentioned that we could get a potential microburst or downburst in that region. It would probably be a wet one and a hail filled one if we did get it. And I would not be surprised to hear that we did get that in LaGrange. Again, this was a considerable severe thunderstorm warning cell that has just completely collapsed on itself. So you're getting a lot of hail, a lot of precipitation, and a lot of wind just coming straight down as that updraft just completely collapsed and we become completely downdraft dominant there. So that is definitely something to pay close attention to. Okay, so we do have a new downstream severe thunderstorm, considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to assume surely they tornado possible tag this. Jake Reed is fiending for. This is the tornado possible tag. They didn't give it. They didn't give it, but yeah, we've definitely got um, some pretty robust. Again, we're looking kind of mid level here. We're near 5,000 feet, but we're looking at a pretty significant mid level rotation going on here, just north of Kip, and they've downstream introduced a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in the path of this storm, which is again not at all surprising. I mean, just the outflow and the forward flank downdraft of this storm is going to be pretty significant by itself. But this is a very stereotypical shaped supercell that we've got here. If you ignore all of the slop interference that's ahead of it, or I mean that's behind it, and interacting with the northwestern side of it, this is about as photogenic on radar as you're going to get near a congealed mess. Okay, so taking a look out here at this storm, Sam, that was fantastic analysis that you just gave me there. We did just see, as you can watch here, as we go 2 frames back, you see this little black border around these yellow polygons. That's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 2 frames later, they've dropped them both. So this storm is definitely weakening. Echo tops are beginning to calm down a little bit, downtrending a little bit, as prior we saw them uptrending towards about this frame, but then they begin to trend down as this storm begins to become, it appears at least to become more downdraft dominant, which should mitigate our tornado threat here. But again, this cell is not one that I would rule out, and we still have the potential for 3-inch hail, according to what Sam was reading from the National Weather Service associated with this cell. And we did just get another scan. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, I'm not terribly concerned with the tornadic threat associated with the storm anymore, but it's still there. I wouldn't rule it out completely, but Sam is absolutely right. We are definitely downtrending here, at least over these last couple scans, which is a good thing if you're in the path of that storm. Taking a look again at our only tornado warned cell, and yeah, it has unbelievably clean inflow. I mean, unimpeded laminar. The surface winds in this area should basically be like this. So we're looking at very clean, laminar, uncontaminated inflow getting ingested right into the updraft of this storm. And you can see that RFD right there is looking very defined on radar, which is sometimes a telling sign of what's going on in the lower and mid levels of this storm. Again, the lowest that we can see is about 5,000 feet in the air here. But if we're seeing this robust of mid-level rotation and it's ingesting really clean inflow like this, I don't have surface observations to figure out whether or not this region of air is going to be warm or not. But if this air is especially decently warm and moist compared to the environment, then we are definitely going to be introducing a significant tornado risk with this cell here. I would not be surprised to see it put down a tornado if it continues to uptrend over the next couple radar scans. So again, if you're in this tornado warning polygon, which I'm sure is going to be extended shortly towards Abilene and Enterprise and Navarre, you need to be paying very close attention to what's going on with this cell. This is about as real as it gets for these types of, or at least this type of setup, where you've just got the ultimate kidney bean shape going on. You can see your RFD coming around the storm, and you've just got that incredibly clean inflow. So One you really need to pay attention to if you're in that tornado warned polygon. We still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning as well. I'm not sure if this one is actually, it looks like it might be uptrending even. Take a look at it here. Yeah, near Carnero, it might be uptrending just a little bit. So again, this is a very significant storm. Not one that you'd be too worried about any kind of a tornado risk. This is basically an aliasing issue, I'm sure at this point. But this storm headed towards Langley, Marquette, Fallon, Lindsborg. Very, very concerning with its outflow and the straight line wind threat associated with the storm. So that's why you've got this giant, considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag that's been pushed out far ahead of this storm, even. I mean, the storm's nowhere near the edge of this polygon yet, but there's good reason for that because the winds are coming if you're in that area. So if you're in Lindsborg, you got about 5-10 minutes if you need to quickly run outside and tie something down, but you need to be careful. Obviously, lightning can strike far from these storms. You could get cloud to ground lightning that strikes pretty far away. So if you're going to do that, if you're going to try and go tie some things down, you need to be careful while doing so, and don't hold any umbrellas in the air. You're not Ben Franklin. The next couple scans on our cell near the Colorado-Kansas border, again, yeah, I completely agree with Sam's assessment. We're becoming more outflow dominant. Not really seeing any kind of clean inflow established with this storm. And it does look to be trending towards possibly another one of those types of downburst scenarios where it could just dump a bunch of hail, precipitation, and wind if the updraft collapses. But again, the conditions, environmental conditions in this area are decently favorable for these storms to continue. So I also would not be surprised to see this storm just kind of continue to do its thing as it moves towards the east and just continue to pose a wind threat and a hail threat. My goodness. Okay, so on the northern half of this line of storms up here near the Nebraska Panhandle, we did just get another severe thunderstorm warning issued, and we do have confirmation of at least 1.25 inches hail coming out of the southernmost cell near Stratton and Burlington. That is definitely the most concerning cell on this line. But again, this whole thing is going to pose a pretty significant wind threat and potentially a flooding threat from any areas that may have gotten a lot of precipitation over the last couple days. So it's something to pay attention to. We do still have like 9 flash flood warnings out on the map right now across like six or something, maybe different states. I almost said 6 or 7, and I stopped myself. I'm a man of the people here. We're trying to stay away from that garbage, but our tornado threat out here is still looking very concerning. This cell is kind of stalling out. Um, yeah, this is quite the concerning cell here. Near Kip, Carlton, Elmo. Interesting. We're in Elmo's world out there. Abilene, Enterprise, Navarre. What's going on in Kansas, man? Why do we got a town called Elmo? That's awesome. There's not really anything there. I love that. But this cell has got the inflow is beginning to get pinched off a little bit, which is going to accelerate those winds. It's kind of like putting your finger or your thumb over a garden hose. You do that, and you kind of close down the region that it has those winds that they have to push through, and it's the same amount of mass going through it, so it has to go faster because of the pressure difference. So that's the type of time where you sometimes will get these winds that will speed up in your inflow. Obviously, when you get winds that are going faster into your inflow, you get a more robust rotating updraft and you can get your tornado genesis. So, a very concerning cell down here in this tornado warned cell, supercell near Kip, Carlton, Elmo, Abilene, Enterprise, Navarre, Hope, Gypsum, even one that you need to pay close attention to. Yeah, we did just get an upgrade to a destructive tag now out ahead of the storm. So um they what are they? I think they canceled the old one, so it's not going to want to tell me exactly what it is. But I'm going to assume we're getting at least 80-mile-per-hour winds coming out of this storm associated with this line. So again, if you're in Lindsborg, if you're in McPherson, if you're in Sterling, Saxman, Chase, Ellenwood, any of these towns, You have a very significant wind bag coming your way, and I would definitely recommend if you've got a second to tie down anything loose or bring it inside, go ahead and do that. If you have any outdoor animals, bring them inside. Put cars in the garage. The last thing you want, people are like, man, it's a wind threat. My car is not going to get damaged by hail or anything. No, but it might get damaged by a giant tree limb falling on it. So definitely want to pull those garages or those vehicles into garages if you can, or under any kind of structure to protect it. As again, we have a destructive severe thunderstorm here, a very significant wind event as this kind of mess MCS of a cell system and cluster of thunderstorms is moving towards the south southeast towards McPherson, anywhere along this entire line. If you're in this region, you just got to be paying really close attention to this one. There's no other way to put it. You're not really going to get a tornado on your head most likely here, unless you're associated with this cell near Kip and Abilene, but you are going to get absolutely blasted by wind. So you need to be paying attention. Wind is always a very underrated and significant severe weather hazard. So you need to pay close attention to that. I'm going to take another quick peek at our Burlington cell out here. Yeah, definitely no concern from me in terms of any rotation, but obviously you've got a hail risk and a flooding risk, and you've got a wind risk. You've got all the risks without the tornado part along this whole line. And again, these are kind of the segments that we're dealing with out here. We've got all sorts of areas where significant winds are going to be possible, especially into the overnight hours. Even it looks like we could have some sort of a cell firing off in the Oklahoma Panhandle. I'm going to take a look at this and see what's going on. See if I can pull a couple scans back and see if we're looking supercellular in nature or not. Yeah. Okay, let's go back a couple frames and see what's going on here. It looks like they actually did let this old flash flood warning in near Lipscomb. They let that one expire, so that's good. This looks like just a giant mess. Yeah. Good Lord. Yeah, so this region I just mentioned earlier about going outside and tying down any loose objects. If it didn't feel real when I said that 2 seconds ago, it should feel real now because you got a giant, considerable severe thunderstorm warning extending through that entire area. And again, um, with this one, we're looking at McPherson, Marion, Rice, a multitude of counties here. I mean, Saline. This is a giant polygon. And again, there's a reason for that. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter size hail. You're looking at a giant region here where significant winds are going to be coming your way. So um, put your vehicles and valuables underneath some sort of a structure, and stay vigilant associated or if you're in those regions that may be impacted. I'm growing even more concerned, to be quite honest with you, with this tornado warning. um yeah, out near Kip, Carlton. I assume they're going to let this other one near Kip expire shortly here, and they're going to continue the tornado warning polygon towards Abilene, Enterprise, and Navarra. Um, that is definitely where I'm the most concerned, anyway. We do have tennis ball size hail warned on this storm as well. I'm not sure um, exactly why. Um, Yeah, I mean, I'm not really seeing the risk for tennis ball sized hail right here, but obviously listen to the National Weather Service, not me. They did go ahead and just tighten this warning polygon up a little bit here. Again, I'm not really concerned about it in Kip or Gypsum anymore. I'm worried about it towards Abilene, Enterprise, Navarra, north of Carlton and Elmo, north of Hope, and eventually maybe even as far as Woodbine. So that's where my concern is right now. It does look like it might be recycling a little bit, as that RFD started to occlude things just a little bit. Um, Definitely looks like we could have a recycle, but again, we have extremely clean laminar inflow. At this point, I don't have surface observations to know the exact orientation of the wind vectors here, but assuming they are, headed towards the northwest, southeasterly, I mean, we are looking at very clean laminar inflow here. Yeah, what Romeo is just telling me in my ear here is that he's a little concerned about this cell being able to survive. As we can see, this line of storms is going to become a little bit more involved here as it kind of collides with the backside of the storm. That would pretty much suffocate it. But if that mesocyclone is able to survive and we can get low level rotation at that point, most likely we'd be dealing with a cell that's shaped like this, where the tornado risk is kind of in here. And that would be a rain wrapped scenario right there. That would be definitely very concerning. But it's definitely possible that this cell is kind of just cut off essentially. Like its inflow will get cut off with all of this precipitation moving in. And obviously, the outflow associated with this boundary is going to be colder air moving directly into the inflow region. So we should, I mean, honestly, I think we're going to get the inflow choked off here within moments. So if we are going to get a tornado, it would be pretty soon here. At least if we were going to get one before things have to recycle and deal with that whole rain wrapped nature, if that mesocyclone is able to survive. But I think we are definitely going to get choked off here within the next couple of minutes. It's probably happening right now in real time. We just can't see it because we don't have anyone out there, which is okay. We will have chasers out in the field in future broadcasts, including myself sometimes. Possibly Thursday, I'll be out in the field. I'm not going to be broadcasting. Oh my. Look at this radar artifact. I always think these are really interesting. This is just these like rib cages that stick out here. Really bizarre radar artifacts sometimes. You can see it's not there one scan ago and it's there on this scan. Really interesting stuff. But yeah, definitely. I mean, that inflow is getting pinched off real good. If we were going to get a tornado, I mean, it's going to happen within minutes here, most likely, before this thing's forced to recycle again and potentially try to survive with the mesocyclone here as the cell becomes kind of a mess. It looked like a donut, basically. But I am not really that concerned about this cell staying tornadic once it gets cut off and becomes more of a rain wrap scenario because again, we're getting into the evening hours at this point, so we will be getting a little bit of influence of the low level jet, but that inflow air is not going to be as favorable, especially in a rain wrapped environment. It's going to be a lot cooler. So I think we are definitely going to see this storm get choked off here. It just makes the most sense to me. But again, anything's possible. And if we were going to get a tornado, it could be happening within moments here. So if you're in this tornado polygon, you need to still be staying very attentive about this. South of Solomon, near Abilene, north of Carlton, northwest of Elmo, west of Navarre, west of Enterprise, Kansas. Very, very important that you're paying close attention to this right now. As again, that's if we were going to get one, it would be right around this time, most likely. And I think it would be kind of in this area here. I'll go ahead and circle it. Kind of in this area here. So, storm you need to pay very close attention to if you're in that region. Again, this is our only tornado warned storm on the map right now. We've got a significant windbag event going on down here, headed towards McPherson, Sterling, Inman, Lincolnville, Marion, Heston, Peabody eventually. This is going to pose a pretty significant threat. Eventually, we'll probably get a line that's a little bit more like this orientation, headed towards Topeka and potentially even into the Kansas City region or south of. So definitely one to pay attention to in the later evening hours as well. We still have a significant wind event that is possible into the overnight hours here near the Nebraska Panhandle, northwestern Kansas, and eastern Colorado, as well as the secondary line out here north of Bridgeport, Nebraska, here in the Nebraska Panhandle as well. One thing I always wanted to ask people, is it just me or does the shape of Nebraska like really resemble to you guys like an iron, you know? Like an iron? Like how you would use an iron? Well, you know what I'm saying? Like an iron to iron your clothes. This is let me know in the chat if how you feel about this. But I've always felt like Nebraska resembles like an iron that you'd use on your clothes. I felt like this was a really good and opportune time to talk about this. Oh my goodness. Yeah. The next scan on this cell is looking. I mean, if it's going to put down a tornado, it's going to happen very soon. So if you're in this tornado polygon, you need to be pretty attentive here at this point. Again, we're north of Carlton, south of Solomon, southwest of Abilene, southwest of Enterprise, west of Navarra. This is a definitely, if we are going to get one, it would be right now. I mean, this thing's, you would think it would be kind of getting choked off, but the inflow is, I mean, it's still there. It's still there, and we're getting wrapped up right into that updraft here. We got a very, very powerful RFD here at this point, which again, if that RFD is able to kind of wrap around and continue to push off this inflow, I can go ahead and draw the FFD here too. So basically, you have these two pink lines that I have here, and where like this blue line is your inflow, and as those two pink lines kind of push together and wedge together, that blue line's got to speed up. So you're just going to get increased inflow into the storm. That is my concern right this moment with this cell, trying to go through tornado genesis, I should say. I don't think we've got a tornado on the ground, at least associated with our dual pole radar products with our CC. I'm not seeing a tornado debris signature essentially, but here we go. The next scan as well. Okay. The next scan is looking a little better in terms of, I think it's going to get cut off here. But again, if we're going to get a tornado, it's going to happen very soon here within the next, 10 to 15 minutes before this thing cuts off. So yeah, this is the time to pay attention to this storm if you're in there. All right, I'm not going to take this slander. Okay, look at this. You mean to tell me, what am I clicking on right now? You mean to tell me that shape, like when it's laid down on the ironing board, doesn't look like Nebraska, bro? Iron in board. Like this. You mean to tell me this doesn't look like Nebraska? Bro, you're out of your mind. That looks exactly like Nebraska. I'm not crazy. That looks exactly like Nebraska, bro. Bro, this looks exactly like Nebraska. Bro, this is, tell me this is not Nebraska. Look at this shape. Watch. Then I'll close the iron. Look at that. It's Nebraska. I'm not crazy. We have Nebraska looks like an iron, bro. I need the support of my people here. Romeo has just told me that maybe I could get by with calling it a Roblox iron. This is where we're getting right now. I mean, we have a tornado warning out in Kansas, and we're talking about Nebraska looking like an iron. Okay. The next scan's just come in. Let's take a closer look. And yeah, I'm not terribly concerned with it. In terms of, do I think it's putting down a tornado right this second? No, but it definitely could be still within the next couple scans. It kind of looks like it's almost recycling, and it's going to reestablish some inflow. However, if this kind of mess in here can kind of pose an issue, let me go back to the pink. It's a little easier to see. Oh, there we go. I can do white. Yeah, in this area here, if any kind of precipitation is able to kind of fire off in that region, create some clouds, that would cool things down in the inflow and just contaminate that inflow. That would definitely aid us in trying to diminish that tornado threat. But it's still there. It is definitely still there right now. I mean, the most concerning cell on the map. It does look like the destructive severe thunderstorm warning was downgraded for the larger polygon, but a smaller polygon that is destructive has been issued. Max wind gusts up to 90? Is that 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts? Okay, so let me be clear. When you have 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming out of a thunderstorm, that's stronger than some low-end tornadoes, and you're getting it along a large area. So this is a very significant storm you need to be paying close attention to if you're in this area. This is not one to play around with right here. If you're in this white polygon that I just drew in this type of region, you need to be paying very, very close attention to this storm. I'm hearing potentially that Jeff Pietrowski has a big tornado on the ground. I'm assuming that he's out here on north of Carlton. Adrian, if you could find me a link to that, where if he's maybe posting something on Twitter, or like send me a screenshot of what he's seeing, um, that would be great because uh, he is. If he's got a big tornado on the ground, I definitely want to see it. Again, this is the cell we've been the most concerned about. It's possible. It's possible here, that what we're getting with this, kind of looks like a cloud of rain right here, is actually a giant inflow stinger, essentially. So that's definitely not outside of the realm of possibility. It's very possible that we do have a tornado on the ground at this point. This storm is also destructive severe thunderstorm tagged. The polygons are just getting messy on this map. I mean, this is one heck of a cluster of storms out here. Yeah, Adrian, if you can find me that an image of that storm, that would be incredible. Um, I'm not going to pull up his broadcast because I don't think I would have the. I mean, I don't really have the rights to do that. Um, yeah, I'm not seeing a CC drop, but man, this thing looks good on radar right now. And this contamination here, it could be a giant inflow stinger essentially. So what in the world? Yeah. Yeah. This hook is looking pretty insane. I mean, it really would not surprise me that if this was on the ground. Yeah, it looks like we do have another tornado warning that's just been issued here. Um, this is a really interesting looking polygon. But yeah, this is not radar confirmed nor spotter confirmed. This is radar indicated rotation. Um, golf ball sized hail is what this is also tagged with. I mean, this is looking quite concerning at this point here. Um, yeah, I mean, if you're in this region, you need to be paying close attention here. This is one we need to pay very close attention to. And now we're getting into a situation where if we've got a tornado on the ground, it might be a little bit rain wrapped. It depends what the surface moisture is like and if targets are evaporating before they're hitting the ground here. Essentially, are we getting virga or are we getting rain that's coming down around this tornado? Is the big question. I don't know what the environment exactly looks like around it, so I can't say for sure. I would have a better idea if I could get a look at this tornado from somebody. Um, which we may be able to get in a little bit here. But yeah, this is a very concerning looking signature on radar. I mean, this is the type where you look back on it and you're like, man, that's a textbook example of a hook. The only thing that's not really playing to its strengths is that it's got all of this mess around it. Because here's your supercell. Um, where you may just have this giant like inflow stinger thing going on here. But you've got the whole mess behind it and around it where things are just really messy. And obviously these are some unbelievably powerful winds coming out of especially this Boeing segment of the cell right here near Bridgeport. I mean, we're getting 100-mile-per-hour straight line wind gusts in widespread ones too. That's some really, 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 really damaging stuff potentially. So um something we have to stay really, really vigilant about. Um, yeah, if you're in these polygons, you need to be paying close attention. We've got 112-mile-per-hour wind gusts recorded from the ASOS station like 15 minutes ago. I'm seeing in the chat. So that's insane. If that was a little while ago, there's no telling what this looks like right now. Here's Jeff Petrowski here. He's the one who's apparently got a visual on a large tornado. There's all sorts of other chasers in this region. Austin Jones, Luke Anderson, Alicia Short, Lucas Beversdorf, Ryan Pitt, Jackson Franson. All sorts of people are on this storm right now. So again, if we can get a visual from anybody, that would be great. If we can find a visual of this storm on Twitter, or something that we can show. Um, this is a very concerning thunderstorm at this point. Yeah, wow. I mean, again, keep in mind we're just under 5,000 feet here, so we're pretty still a little bit in the air. But this is one heck of a velocity couplet. I mean, there's no denying that. This is pretty pretty crazy stuff here. Yeah. I mean, this is just pretty monstrous. This is a really impressive looking velocity couplet on radar here. So if we can get any kind of a visual on this thing, man, I just hope the chasers that are in this area are staying southeast of it and are being intelligent. It looks like some people are kind of core punching up there. It's not a super big hail producer, so that's fine if they can stay away from it. This guy is concerning. Kyle Etters, that guy's concerning. I don't like where he's at. He's playing with a burning candle. All of these folks over here, um, Andrew Dale, Jack Kelly, Nicholas DeFiglia, I think is right. Yeah, those guys they all need to dive south and get out of there, man. This is not one that you really want to be playing around with too closely, especially as it's getting engulfed into this line. Here we've got, I mean, significant winds that are going to be coming out of this forward flank downdraft of this storm that's beginning to interact with it. And what's that going to do? It's going to enhance your inflow. So again, this is a very significant looking event potentially here, just north of Carlton, Kansas. This is one we need to be paying close attention to. They did just go ahead and condense this tornado warning polygon a little bit. I assume this one's going to go ahead and expire near Kip. But yeah, this is a heck of a tornado warning right here. And look, this thing's not really moving much. It's basically sitting in place. But now that it's become part of this larger system here, it's most likely going to begin to move off a little bit to its southeast. So these spotters in the area really need to be careful with this, because if you're not paying attention, you're not chasing with your eyes. You're going to be in a bad situation. You need to be very attentive with these types of storms. So I just hope and pray that everyone that's in there is paying attention to what's going on here, because this is not the most typical setup. It does look like people are beginning to dive south, so that's a good sign. They all have good escape routes. It's clear to see that. I just hope that they use them and they don't do anything stupid. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Again, this is the most concerning storm on the map right now. Take a little zoom out. We're in central Kansas, west of Topeka, north of Wichita, in central Kansas here. This is, yeah, the most concerning one by far. We can take a little bit of a look out west for a quick second here, as we do have more of a linear system going on here. Pretty long one all the way from Burlington as far north through the Nebraska Panhandle, and the secondary one that looks to be a little bit weaker. Very significant wind is going to be the main threat associated with that line. So yeah, our main concern is most certainly here in Kansas. To be honest with you, I've been hearing multiple reports that we have a large tornado on the ground. I'm surprised we haven't gotten a confirmed tornado by the National Weather Service at this point, especially looking at this velocity couplet. Obviously, there's no debris signature on radar, which is a good thing. If there is a large tornado on the ground, it's not hitting anything right now. So that's definitely a good thing in that situation. The good news is that this tornado, if it is on the ground, it's probably hardly moving right now, so it's easy to navigate around. But again, as things, as this supercell kind of gets ingested into the main line segment here, it's going to begin to start suddenly moving off to its southeast. So the chasers out there need to start paying very close attention to this, and just making sure that they've got good escape routes and they stay ahead of this thing. Again, if they decide to go south and then eventually go to their west, they're going to get blasted by 100-mile-per-hour straight line winds. So this is not the easiest chase at all. So these folks out there need to be paying pretty close attention. Again, we don't have a confirmed tornado warning at this current moment. We just have three overlapping tornado warning polygons, all radar indicated. We do have confirmed destructive severe thunderstorm damage, wind gusts up to 112 have been observed as of the last half hour or so. Good. My goodness. So I'm hearing from the most recent mesoscale discussion that's just been kind of read off into my ear here. Oh my goodness, dude, this velocity couplet is genuinely unbelievable. I would not be surprised if we had a significant tornado on the ground here. Again, nothing confirmed, absolutely nothing confirmed. But the last time we saw an update from, uh, yeah, the last time we saw an update from Jeff Stott was apparently 8 minutes ago, is what I'm hearing. I'm still seeing him. When was this? 38. That was I've got him 3 minutes ago in a safe spot. So I think he's okay. Everyone's diving south on this thing. Again, I would not be surprised at all if we had a significant tornado going on right now. But this entire MCS, according to the mesoscale discussion, is moving into a more favorable region of mixed layer instability, especially. So the opportunity for further tornado genesis later in the evening cannot be ruled out as well. And again, as I was drawing earlier, these arrows, like this is your giant area of risk for straight line wind damage, essentially, as this thing continues to propagate towards the southeast. This is a monster looking MCS. You don't really see this all the time, where an MCS looks like, poses multiple threats like this and is, engaging, and it's like almost got two modes going on. Sounds good. Looks like we're gonna see if we can get a visual on this thing soon here. I'm updating Twitter a little bit right now, but man, this thing, if we just go back, I just want to take a minute to go back here. Let me see if I can get even a few more frames back. I'm going to go ahead and disable our warnings for a minute here. I just kind of want to show this progression. We're going to show it. Here's the supercell out in front of everything as it develops. And you can watch the MCS just smash into the back of it and really, really enhance those that RFD. And my goodness, the way this thing just kind of, I mean, it got everything thrown right at it. Because you have to remember, again, this is an MCS here, a cluster of thunderstorms that's been dishing out over 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and so now you're throwing those where you have the inflow of a supercell like this, and you have these winds that are just getting thrown directly at it. And that's not accurate. There's the FFD out this way from the supercell, So these winds have nowhere to go except get shot directly up the gullet of this storm. And the RFD side of it is just going to get enhanced through that speed shear that's coming out of this storm as well. So, I mean, this is just one heck of a robust, like stars aligning scenario for this storm to exist the way that it has. And it has, it has existed. And it's looking pretty intense potentially here. It looks like possibly we're broadening out just a little bit, which would be good news. I'm still not seeing any kind of a debris signature by any stretch here. So if we do have, I've heard rumblings of a large tornado potentially on the ground. If we do have one, it's certainly not hitting anything where it's lofting debris higher than 4,500 feet, because that's where the radar beam's at. We would detect it if it was getting that high. So that's good news. The bad news is that, again, this velocity couplet looks pretty intense. And again, I know I've said it a few times, but we're looking almost 5,000 feet in the air here. So we're not looking at the lowest level rotation. These velocities coming in at this is like a VROT, a VROT of like 75 or almost 80. That's not actually the speeds of the lowest level of the rotation going on with this storm. They have gone ahead and canceled the other warnings outside of the one tornado warning polygon. So they've centralized it a little bit. Okay, so we do have what appears to be a clip of the storm, not a tornado visual, but we do have some sort of a clip that we're going to be able to show here on the broadcast in just a moment. Are you putting that? Okay, I see. We've got it on Twitter. Here's from Storm Chaser Jack Kelly. We actually just saw his dot just a little bit ago. Very intense tornado warning storm in Holland, Kansas. Not sure if a tornado is down, but the meso is pretty wild. I'm not going to go ahead and full screen this because I don't want to have any possible way of anyone trying to say I'm trying to steal his content, but I wanted to quickly show the visual. This is the best that we've got right now of this storm here. I want to see if I can get a good freeze frame of it lit up here. If I can find one lit up by lightning. Yeah, we've got a heck of a. Okay. Here we can see the edge of the precip region here. So Jack Kelly was not in the bear's cage with this. I think if I remember where his dot was, he was north of the storm. So he would be looking, if there was a tornado, it would be kind of through this precip wall that he's looking into. And he wouldn't, wow, that's a heck of a shot right here. He wouldn't be able to see it from this angle if he's where I think he was. But yeah, this is that's the best look we've got at the storm so far. Again, there are other chasers in this area. All sorts of folks here on this row. We have Alicia Short, Jeff made it out of there, and he's in that region now, looking right into it. Lucas Beversdorf, Ryan Pitt, Jackson Franson, Lucas Gonzalez. Where's Jack Kelly at? There he is. Jack Kelly's still pretty. Yeah. Okay. So he is in fact kind of northwest of where the tornado would be. So it would be difficult for him to see it from where he was at. So it's possible that we were looking at a tornado on the ground that we couldn't see because of the rain. It's also possible that there isn't a tornado on the ground. But again, I'm not seeing any sort of a resemblance of a debris signature at this point. But we do have a very significant couplet going on here. It's definitely broadened a little bit, but it's still very much there at the mid levels. So there's no telling exactly what's going on at the lower levels without being there essentially and being able to look at it. So near Tampa, you say? Oh, that's what we're talking about here. Um, So I'm hearing some rumblings about Roxbury, a potential unwarned tornado here. Um, I'm not convinced. There's definitely a couplet, and it's definitely possible. But the CC drop that you're seeing here doesn't necessarily convince me that you are getting a tornado here. Just because of if you look at where these targets are, these are very low DBZs where you have the CC drop here. So essentially, it's contacting really small targets, and then you're getting this correlation coefficient drop that would normally be indicative of a tornado. It's possible, but I'm definitely not convinced of it. Um, I guess a decent way I could go ahead and look at it vertically and see. Um, okay, give me a second here. Okay, I mean, it's possible that we had a brief spin up tornado here. I think it's definitely possible. Looking at the cross section here, you can see potentially where you had a weak brief tornado that was had kind of like one of those spin up things, almost like it could have been a land spout or a gust NATO that threw some stuff up, only less than 10,000 feet or so into the atmosphere. Um, Maybe as high as 15,000, but probably only around 10 to 12,000 feet into the air. Um, I'm not convinced that this was a tornado, but it's definitely possible that you, at the very least, maybe had a land spout or something like that. Definitely can't be ruled out. And this did not go warned. This happened very quickly here, as we can go ahead and look at it. Everyone's focused on this monster right here, right? And then you just have only a couple scans here where that couplet was even there near Roxbury and Durham and west of Tampa. Um, it's possible. It's definitely possible, but I'm definitely not convinced. You can see the same sort of interference with those smaller targets. It's almost like haze that's out ahead of this storm at the mid levels here. So I'm not convinced, but it's possible for sure. Um, oh my goodness. In other news, it does look like our velocity couplet is broadening out and weakening at the mid levels near Carlton. Again, we could still have a significant tornado on the ground. It's possible. Um, I'm not convinced. We haven't had anything confirmed by the National Weather Service. I'm hearing that there was a visual, which is good if we can get a visual on it. But if not, that's fine too. There is, yeah, this tornado warning is still ongoing. Golf ball size hail and the tornado. And I don't want to. I want to take this moment to reiterate. Look at the stacking of these destructive and considerable severe thunderstorm warnings headed out here through large parts of central Kansas. I mean, um, the straight line wind threat with this storm is genuinely like unbelievable. So if you're in the path of this storm, again, if you're in this polygon, you've got a lot of time. There's big lead time on this storm right now from the National Weather Service. So you've got a lot of time if you're in Peabody, Florence, Cedar Point. I mean, Potwin, Whitewater, Newton, Elbing, Heston, South Hutchinson or Hutchinson. These types of areas. I mean, if you're in that polygon, man, run outside. If you've got any loose items or anything that you need to tie down or bring inside, put your vehicles in the garage. You've got a good 10, 20, 30 minutes, depending on where you're at. But you need to take this seriously. Straight line winds are definitely a very, very threatening weather phenomena. A lot of times that goes a bit underrated. So you need to take this very seriously. Yeah, it looks like our tornado, our potential tornado anyway, would be right around the town of Carlton right now. And to take a little bit of a look at Carlton, it's a very small little town here, right? As is Elmo. But again, if you've got a tornado on the ground associated with this, I mean, if it was hitting Carlton, we'd probably see a debris signature by the next scan. So I'm going to be watching that on the next scan. Hopefully, it's not impacting the folks who live there. If there is a tornado on the ground, I hope it's just out in an open field, hitting nothing, which is why we can't see it on radar, which would be a good thing. But yeah, this velocity couplet it's concerning still. It's not quite as tight and concerning as it was looking earlier. Like around this scan was pretty crazy. It's not quite as concerning as that. That was about 15 minutes ago. But it's still there. It's still concerning, and we need to pay close attention to it. Um, yeah, so that's where we're at. Again, this is Dickinson County, Kansas. We're in central Kansas out here, tracking one tornado warning and a giant, significant straight line wind damage threat. We do have actually a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska at the moment. I'm going to assume this is a wind related thing. Actually, it's been canceled. So it looks like the storm had weakened a little bit. It was 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts was the hazard. It looks like this is becoming um, it looks like this is beginning to dissipate is what I'm trying to get to there. Um, all right. Back to our good friend, the Lyman cell that's still kicking over here. It is putting out its own boundary now. That just kind of speaks to the outflow of these storms here. This giant line of thunderstorms and these the straight line wind damage that it could produce. So it's still a region we need to pay close attention to. If you're in St. Francis, Goodland, Bird City, Stratton, Nebraska, um, Colorado, any of these regions in northwestern Kansas or southwestern Nebraska, pay attention. You need to pay attention to the wind threat, even though these aren't severe thunderstorm warned. You could get little downbursts as these updrafts begin to fall apart and the downdrafts begin to take over. Our Burlington cell is, yeah, I'm not seeing any kind of concerning rotation by any stretch. So that's a good thing. Again, our biggest area of concern is this central Kansas cluster right now, which is definitely weakening, which is a good thing for sure. We are most certainly weakening near Carlton. It looks like they did just go ahead and cancel that tornado warning, which makes perfect sense. So that is fantastic news. So the tornado threat, at least for the moment, has diminished near Carlton and Elmo. Again, we're hearing that there may have been a large tornado north of Carlton. We don't have confirmation on this. The National Weather Service has not confirmed anything. And I have not seen any footage of that storm just yet, or of a potential tornado just yet. So, again, something we need to continue to pay close attention to, as we could get a recycle here. And if we do, it would be most likely a rain wrapped mess. It's definitely still has the ability to establish inflow. We may have another little area of rotation beginning to redevelop near Durham after we potentially missed a tornado warning in Roxbury. According to some reports, I'm not too convinced on that. Again, a CC drop right over Durham right now, or well, right here. If we had a CC drop right about here, I would be more convinced that we have a spin up tornado on the ground at this point. But we don't, obviously, and it's possible that we missed a tornado polygon near Roxbury a little bit earlier. But I'm thinking in general, we're probably good on that front. But again, there's no way to know for sure until the National Weather Service conducts their surveys. But right now, we do have a potential couplet forming here near Durham, headed towards Tampa. That is something we need to be worried about for a little bit of probably what would be a weaker tornado here. Again, this is just going to use that same inflow that we just got from the Carlton potential tornado. It's just going to continue using all of this air, this laminar inflow. Whoopsie. Coming out of this region. And again, there's a significant outflow with this storm too. I mean, we're looking at 100+ mile/hour wind gusts coming out of the outflow of this storm. So it will be difficult for inflow to get cleanly established. So in other words, we probably wouldn't get any tornado that would last long, but you could get a tornado that very quickly develops, as you would have like maybe some inflow type of thing like this, and all of a sudden it just smashes with the outflow winds and then you get the hook, kind of like what you're seeing happen right here near Tampa, and you get a brief tornado. Most likely wouldn't last very long. It could be intense potentially, but it probably wouldn't last very long. Um, so that would be the primary concern here. I'm not seeing any kind of a tornado on the ground at this point, or at least any tornado debris signature. But that's definitely one to watch. And again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that we've got here right now. So we are definitely very concerned with a very significant straight line wind threat associated with this cell. Um, Guys, have we found anything on Twitter potentially, any kind of a visual? Oh, okay. I don't think I can hear you guys. Something's gone wrong. I think I've lost the voices in my head, unfortunately. Oh no, I can hear them. Never mind. Okay. Sounds good. Um, Goodness. Okay, so we are looking at, oh my gosh, Sam, what the heck is your color palette? um, we're looking at a potential what we were looking at earlier here with a possible CC drop. It's difficult to tell exactly. I wish the crosshair was pointed, but I think this CC drop that we're looking at is most likely. I mean that's where it is, but I think we're looking at this area of low DBZ. So it's possible that we had a little spin up tornado there, but I definitely wouldn't be able to confirm that based on a tornado debris signature, at least. Hello? Why is... Okay. Welcome back, Lorian. I'm a little confused why. Oh, there we go. Because I had caps lock on. That's interesting. My key binds to switch between, for example, I can push S and go to storm relative velocity. Which, by the way, maybe that's what I should be paying closer attention to instead of yapping about nothingness, is we definitely have a little bit of a hook going on here, and a potential spin up tornado near Durham, south of Tampa. That's one we need to pay close attention to. But what I was yapping about, when I have caps lock on and I push S and R and my other keybinds to switch between radar products, it doesn't work. It only likes lowercase s and R, and that's, I don't know. I never knew it did that. That's kind of funny. I've never run into that issue where I accidentally turned caps lock on before. I'm hearing we do have a new flash flood warning. I think most. Are you talking about Abilene, Texas, or Abilene? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. It just hasn't shown up for me yet, it looks like, but we've got a new flash flood warning for Abilene, Enterprise, a lot of the names that we've been listing off over the last hour and a half or so. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can figure out how to mod. Let's see, what do I need to do? There we go. Add as moderator, managing moderator. Okay, Braden, you are now a managing moderator, so you should be able to add everyone else as a mod who needs to be. Sam, you're now a moderator. I'm going to make Adrian a moderator. Lorian, you're about to be a moderator. I figured out how to do it, guys. I'm brilliant. I'm so brilliant. I figured out how to add someone as a moderator in the YouTube chat. Romeo, you're now a moderator. What else did I need? I think Emily stopped by at one point. She needs to be moderator. Ben and Josh need to be moderators. This is so funny, bro. Okay, that's enough. I did a handful of them. Braden, you have the power to do the rest. I need to set up Nightbot um for my chat as well. By the way, if you're watching at this current moment, while we have a brief second here, as we watch this developing potential spin up tornado near Durham here on the outflow. If you are watching right now and you haven't liked the broadcast or subscribed to the YouTube channel or followed us on all other social platforms, please do so. It's the absolute number one most important thing you can do to help the channel out. Here's our website. Everything that you might need is on here. I mean, you can click to go to the Instagram. You can click to go to our Discord. Click to go to our YouTube. You know, you can go wherever you need to go. You can learn more about our staff. We have such an incredible team here. I'm so honored to have such great people working with us. You can even get your local forecast. Like for example, if I plug in, I want to say this was somewhere in North Dakota. Yeah, North Dakota here. You can see it'll show the SPC risk as well as your 5-day forecast. The reason we went with 5 days is because anything past really 3 to 5 day becomes increasingly inaccurate, and I don't want to be giving people just slop. So we limited it to 5 days, and it'll pull all of your current conditions as well. You can even get the UV if you're trying to get a nice little tan going. Here you can also submit media, so you can send us in your weather photos or videos, and we'll show them on stream. And you can visit our merch store where 20% of proceeds go to disaster relief. I'm currently wearing one of our merch items right now, and there's all sorts of them on the website here. We can just go to all products here. You can see all sorts of stuff, and we've even got collections for our storm chasers. Adrian has his collection up, and we're going to have more collections for other storm chasers coming soon. So again, if you haven't liked and subscribed and everything, please do that. It would be immensely appreciated. And thank you for trusting Will Bratton WX with your weather coverage. Yeah, please do. I'm hearing in Lindsborg, the whole city is without power right now. Wow. Look at these photos coming out of Lindsborg. We've got big trees down all over Lindsborg, along with many structures. Power is offline citywide. Be safe out there. Coming from Mike Rose. Mike Rose, thank you for posting this on Twitter. This is, yeah, significant. I mean, these are large, older trees that are being toppled by these straight line winds. This is why you need to be so attentive. This is why I say bring your cars in the garage. You need to be you need to take these very seriously, these types of wind threats. Just because it's not a tornado threat does not mean it can't cause significant damage. The cell near Durham and Tampa is becoming increasingly concerning to me for an elevated tornado risk. I'm honestly surprised the couplet has lasted this long without either dissipating or putting down a tornado at this point. So this is definitely one we need to pay close attention to here. Meanwhile, our previous cell that put down a potentially significant tornado that has not been confirmed or anything north of Carlton, that is all completely disintegrated. That supercell has been ingested into the MCS at this point. So basically what that means is supercell that produced the tornado potentially got swallowed by this giant line of thunderstorms. And now we're getting into our more like stereotypical linear wind threat that we talked about earlier, that we would eventually be getting towards. If you're in the path of any of these storms, you need to be paying really close attention. I just showed you what these types of winds can do. You can topple trees, it can blow roofs off of homes, it can knock down small structures. If you have anything loose outside, tie it down or bring it inside. And if you don't have anything loose outside, stay inside. You need to be very, very attentive with these types of storms. It's very important that you take these as seriously as you would for a low end tornado. And yeah, like I said, increasingly impressive velocity couplet here near Tampa, headed towards Antelope, and eventually Marion in central Kansas here. The latest scan doesn't look quite as good. We'll see if the next scan continues to show any downtrending or not. Looking around the rest of the map, again, we don't have any tornado warnings on the map at this point. We've got 5 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and and 3 destructive. Excuse me. That's all in this cluster here in central Kansas. We also have 3 other severe thunderstorm warnings, including one out in Nebraska, one in northwestern Kansas, and we've also got another one going on associated with this MCV that we talked about earlier. That is now moving into near the Tennessee border here as it's inching towards Nashville a little bit. And I can pull a couple of frames back here. I'm hearing a storm report of flooding in Abilene with water up to the bumpers of cars. So that is looking at probably about, I don't know what would come up to the bumper of a car, maybe 1 or 2 feet. So significant flooding potentially in Abilene, Kansas from these storms. Again, you can see this MCV. You can just see, actually, it looks like it's breaking up a little bit, the MCV. It might be breaking up a little bit, which makes sense as the sunshine goes away. Everything kind of will fall a little bit apart, as we do have a visual here at Gypsum and Delaware Avenue in Salina, between 4 and 6 inches deep along with limbs. Wow. Yeah, we've got significant flooding. I mean, look at that street. That whole street is flooded. It looks like it's a street that's got some sort of a curb, like an elevated curb where the grass is. So there's a distinct cutoff here. But you can see where this driveway is clearly. I assume this person's home is on Tony Foster. Significant flooding, completely flooding the roadway here. Out in Abilene, at Gypsum and Delaware Avenue in Salina, excuse me. We're also hearing reports out of Abilene as well. We do have one other thing to take a peek at here. Earlier view of the gigantic mesocyclone and possible tornado near Holland. So this is what we were watching earlier just north of Carlton. We've seen this. We watched that live. But here's a quick look at it. Here's your meso. So if you had a tornado, so here's there's your lowering, right? There's your mesocyclone kind of deal. If you had a tornado, it would probably be wrapped somewhere in there. It's hard to tell exactly on the orientation. I don't know exactly where this photo was taken from, but we saw this is Nick DeFiglia, who we did see his spotter dot out there. So we know sort of where he was at, but I don't know exactly when he took this photo. So it's hard to tell exactly where he was when this photo was taken to determine if there was, in fact, where exactly that tornado would have been while we were looking at it. I'm going to go ahead and jump back over to Kansas here. And yeah, now that we're getting closer to Wichita, we can use that radar. And my goodness, you can see the outflow. I mean, this thing looks pretty monstrous in terms of the wind threat. You need to take this one very seriously if you're in that region. What in the world am I looking at? There's a lot of aliasing issues going on here. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm hearing that a tornado warning is about to pop up, I believe is what I'm just hearing. Out in Hugo, we have another supercell firing off a discrete supercell. A lot of this air has been used. A lot of the energy in this area has been used, so it'll be interesting to see what this one's able to do. We are not far from the Pueblo radar here in Hugo, where you can see there's some low-level rotation going on. It's definitely establishing good inflow. So this is one we need to pay close attention to, developing a hail core as well. I'm hearing that apparently this Burlington storm has a tornado warning, but I'm not seeing it showing up for me, and it doesn't look super tornadic. Okay, not a tornado warning. Okay, this was a severe thunderstorm warning, which, yeah, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, it's moving towards its own boundary. It's not going to interact with it, but you can see the outflow that this line of thunderstorms putting out. In Nebraska, we have another large polygon, just a regular severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. A giant wind threat. Again, this is the main talking point of the night is wind. But we do there's definitely interest to be paid. Um, yeah, there is definitely interest to be paid towards this cell down here near Hugo, Colorado. So we're gonna keep a close eye on that one. Guys, update me if that one begins to start looking better on radar. I'm gonna stay a little bit closer, or I'm gonna stay in Kansas most of the time here, unless that one starts looking a little better, because this wind threat is looking pretty monstrous at this point. We do still have a little bit of notching going on here near Antelope, west of Lincolnville, where we could see a spin up tornado. I'm not convinced that we would get that at all. If we did, it would be pretty brief and weak. I'm hearing that the power is out officially in Durham and Tampa as well. So again, this is where this storm just went through there not long ago. And we're hearing the power is out there. We have aliasing issues going on with the radar because these winds are so fast. This is a system you don't want to play around with. Like I said, if you're in the path of this storm, you need to be paying very, very close attention to the giant bag of wind that you're about to receive, as if you were getting your stockings on Christmas, and except it's full of wind. In fact, 100-mile-per-hour wind potentially. We've already seen reports earlier this evening of wind gusts upwards of 100 miles per hour, up to 112 miles per hour, associated with this line of thunderstorms. Um, this is again one you need to pay close attention to if you're in these regions. We've got all just in considerable and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to go ahead and read off all of these county names. We have all of these are in Kansas, by the way. We have Butler, Chase, Harvey, McPherson, Marion, Sedgwick, McPherson again, Marion, Saline, Geary, Potawatomi, Riley, Wabanzi, Wabunzi, uh, Dickinson, Morris, Clay, Dickinson, Geary, Riley, Butler, Chase, Harvey, McPherson, Marion, Reno, Rice, McPherson, Marion, Rice, and Saline. I know there's a lot of overlap. You can see the map's a little bit messy here, but if you're in any of those counties, you need to be paying very close attention to the wind threat with these storms. Also, if you're in the greater Wichita region, and especially to the northeast of Wichita near like El Dorado, you also need to be paying close attention to this as well. And if you're in Emporia, this is all going to be something that is headed towards your direction, at least a little bit later on. I'm seeing another report here. We have extensive damage in Salina, from 90 to 100-mile-per-hour winds. Barely got into town, just driving down North 9th Street. So much tree damage, seen some structure damage, including this railroad crossing. This was a destructive storm. Well, in fact, it was a destructive tag severe thunderstorm warning. So that's the type of thing you need to expect with these storms, and that's exactly why we talk about them on broadcast. It's not just tornado warnings we need to pay attention to. These are very important storms to look at as well. As you can see, you can see metal being bent. It looks like, and structures being just pulled out of the ground that are bolted down to concrete. It looks like over here. It looks like you've got some sort of concrete slab right there where this railroad crossing structure was bolted down right there, and it's been completely ripped out of the concrete, out of the ground, and knocked on its side. And it looks like this could have been impact from hitting the ground, but you might have a little bit of metal being bent there as well. So these storms are extremely powerful, is the moral of that story, and they need to be taken seriously. The reason we keep showing you guys this stuff is, again, because if you're in the path of this storm, you still have time to prepare. Like if you're in Wichita, Whitewater, Burns, Cottonwood Falls, Emporia, you still got a little bit of time to prepare for these storms, but they're coming your way and pretty quickly. So you need to be paying very close attention to that. We can take a look at it from the Topeka radar here. You can see the same story. I mean, wow. Oh my goodness. Yo. goodness. Yeah. So our last tornado warnings, or tornado watches, excuse me, have expired. That's what Romeo's just been filling me in on. And obviously we have our two main segments of storms here that we're the most concerned about. And the Nebraska Panhandle stuff is mostly dying out. We can take a look here. We still got some stronger thunderstorms near Hyannis, west of Mullen, south of Rushville, near Alliance, Lakeside, Antioch, Ellsworth, all these towns here in northwestern Nebraska. They actually did just go ahead and issue another severe thunderstorm warning for this cell as well. This stuff is beginning to weaken a little bit, though. It's not quite as significant or concerning, as well as our stuff going through the Nebraska Panhandle and northwestern Kansas is not quite as concerning, but you still have a wind threat there. And finally, we have our Hugo cell that we've been watching closely in the background on the back burner here in Hugo. Mid-level rotation definitely is there, but it's very broad. It's very weak. I'm not expecting this storm to pose a significant tornado threat, but it does look like we've got a bit of a hail core here. Yeah, definitely got a little bit of a hail core here with this Hugo storm. So it's one that you want to pay attention to if you're in its path. That's headed towards areas that have already been ravaged earlier today with storms. South of Lyman towards Genoa, Ariba, Flagler, eventually towards Siebert, maybe even as far as Vona, Stratton, Kirk, Joes, and Cope or Anton. Or Anton out there. And then finally, we have this cell right, the southern end Charlie here, right near Goodland, which is showing what looks like a hook echo on morphology on reflectivity. But if you look at the velocities, it's not really concerning for a tornado threat. But it is a severe thunderstorm tagged, or warned cell at this point. That's got a pretty strong updraft here. So definitely probably putting out some hail. Maybe not giant hail, but some hail for sure. Gonna go back to Kansas and take another look here as things begin to wind down just a little bit, which is a good thing. The wind risk is still continuing here very significantly. Again, there is the potential for a little spin up tornado near Antelope or just southwest of Lincolnville. It wouldn't blow my mind. I'm also not expecting it, though. Yeah, especially from the Topeka radar, you can see that couplet's there. But again, it's not something I'm super, super concerned about by any stretch. But yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Again, this giant mess of polygons here, it's there because of this giant straight line wind threat. I can't emphasize it enough. You've got a very, very significant corridor of straight line winds all throughout this area. Now we're pushing in towards eastern Kansas. Eventually, this is probably going to end up south of Kansas City, but it definitely could end up clipping Kansas City or at least Overland Park. And then, ideally, it's going to thread the needle between Wichita and Kansas City. And it's going to go right through here. It's a less populated region, and it won't put out as much damage in those larger metros. So hopefully that's what we get, but to be determined. It looks like we have another visual from Jason Cooley here at 10:12 p.m. Hurricane force winds and motorist off road. Yeah, it looks like somebody fell off the road or perhaps intentionally drove into the ditch. Try and hide from these winds. But yeah, that is definitely hurricane force winds, I would say. At least, lower end hurricane force winds. But this was 10:12 p.m. This was 11 minutes ago. So again, while the storms maybe don't have tornado warnings, they might not look as juicy on radar. The wind threat is still very much there, and these storms need to be taken very seriously as they continue to propagate towards the east and the southeast, and even the south. So that's the one for Kansas, I'm assuming. Okay. So I'm hearing from the meso discussion, or the meso, the yeah, sorry, from the mesoscale discussion, from the SPC that we've definitely got listed out in there. Um, this same risk that we've been talking about for significant winds, as well as they haven't ruled out the possibility for a lower end tornado, potentially as high as an EF1. I believe Lorian had said about 110 mile per hour estimated peak winds if a tornado were to develop. I'm not expecting the tornado threat to be very robust. But again, this Lincolnville one is by far the most concerning right now in terms of potentially putting down a tornado later on. You can see that inflow. You can see that notch. And again, it's on the southeastern part of a Boeing line segment, which um, these are notorious for putting down those types of spin up tornadoes. So again, I can't emphasize it enough. If you're in this region, you got to be paying attention. It's just that simple. It's just one of those things, one of those storms that you just gotta pay attention to. I know it's 10:30 almost on a work night. Obviously, we're sitting here on a Monday night. And again, we probably will be going live tomorrow, covering what will probably be a much more robust severe weather outbreak in the northern plains into the Dakotas. But for now, this is what we're working with here. We've got a significant wind threat that still needs attention paid to it in throughout large parts of Kansas. And you can just see that outflow kicking up dust, basically targets that are being hit by the radar. As we did just get another severe thunderstorm warning put out for this storm. You can just see them everywhere. These polygons are stacking up. They have gone ahead and downgraded the last destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So we are down to just a bunch of considerable tagged severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. So that's good news. Definitely implies that things might be weakening a little bit here as we begin to head towards the overnight hours. But in general, we're definitely still looking at a pretty significant threat. We do have one more severe thunderstorm warning still active in Kentucky here. If I can get some radar data to load for me. Are we down here also? Is every radar in the vicinity down? I mean, like, what are we doing? Like, oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, Nashville's good now. I thought I was losing my marbles for a second there. But yeah, a little bit of a severe thunderstorm warning. They're going to let this one expire. It's got 3 minutes left, and this MCV is probably not going to produce anything significant outside of possible flooding. So if you're in Kentucky and into the Tennessee Valley, you need to be paying attention to the potential for some flash flooding as all of this precipitation gets kind of dumped right in your region. So yeah, Western Kentucky into the Nashville area potentially. Guys, I hate to be the bearer of sunshine, but it appears the sun's about to come out because Sean Shine is in the chat. We have Sean Washburn, meteorologist, in the chat, lovingly referred to as Sean Shine. So I hate to break it to you, but all the storms are about to dissipate. I can smell it. Sean Shine is here. But we do actually have a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning here on this Hugo cell now, which does appear to be establishing a little bit of inflow. So again, this is one that we're going to continue to watch on the back burner and see if it has the potential to become tornadic. But yeah, Sean Shine is in the house. Yep. Yep. We still have that rotation that we had talked about a little bit ago on this Lincolnville kind of cell. Actually beginning to look a little bit better. So it's possible that we get a little spin up something or another near Antelope or Lincolnville, possibly a landspout or a brief tornado that comes down. If it does, things are getting rain wrapped here. So it would most likely be rain wrapped or close to rain wrapped at this point. So we need to be paying attention to that. I doubt that the National Weather Service would issue a tornado warning for that. However, again, I can't emphasize enough the enormous, severe wind gust risk that's going on here through Kansas. This is pretty insane. Yep, I saw that one. And it looks like the cell that's headed towards Goodland was also just upgraded to considerable. I don't know if I saw that one actually. When did that happen? Oh, literally right now. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that one. This one's just been upgraded to a considerable. You can see that updraft there. In fact, it's so close to the radar that it's actually not even getting the top of the updraft. So let me go ahead and what's the next closest radar that we could pull from? I mean, I can try the Pueblo one. Yeah, I mean, you can see here, we're getting high in DBZs. We're getting tall here out in Goodland. So that storm is most certainly building, as it's near the Goodland radar unit right now. So that's one you need to be careful of. We do have high resolution data on it with it being so close to the radar unit, and we can see at the very lowest levels that there's not really any kind of rotation going on. At least not that I'm aware of. We can go up in the tilts. Yeah, we're not really seeing any kind of rotation, but most certainly seeing a strong updraft that could be producing some decent to significant hail. You can also see these outflow boundaries really setting up out here, just looking beautiful, man, on radar, just absolutely gorgeous. From this line of thunderstorms that's extending from parts of eastern Colorado into northwestern Kansas and the southwestern portion of Nebraska. So we do have someone in the chats telling me we've got 90-mile-per-hour winds were observed in Marion, Kansas. So that's right here. So yeah, not terribly surprising. I mean, we've been watching this come through this area. Like, I mean, oh my goodness. It's been coming through here like crazy. So Marion right here. Yeah. So 90-mile-per-hour winds, and that's not even the most intense looking part of this thunderstorm. I'm going to assume we've got at least 100-mile-per-hour gusts coming out of this storm still, in and around the destructive severe thunderstorm tags. We actually only have one destructive one issued right now, and that's actually the Lincolnville one. I wonder if they tornado possible tagged this. Yeah, they did. Okay, so they tornado possible tagged it. It's listed as a destructive severe thunderstorm. That's pretty interesting, actually, with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, we could definitely begin to see a possible rain wrap tornado near Antelope. This has looked better and better the last couple of scans. This latest scan is looking pretty solid out here. Yeah, near Antelope. So that is one you need to be pretty attentive to if you're in that region. Oops. But yeah, we are back up to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Antelope. And again, we are Tor possible tagged. Jake Reed is smiling and rubbing his hands together somewhere. Somewhere in the world, probably in Mississippi. Yeah, looking out of the Goodland radar here in extreme northwestern Kansas. This cell, again, not really seeing any rotation, just a giant hail producer. That one's got a pretty good updraft on her. Meanwhile, looking at our Hugo storm, again, it's not impressing me all that much, but it's definitely possible that it could turn into something a lot more impressive. I'm hearing reports out of Newton, Kansas, gusting to 84 miles per hour. So we are getting very busy out here in Kansas. We can see more aliasing issues are coming in with how fast these winds are. Newton has been in one of the most significantly impacted parts of this storm was some of the highest winds, and this is a very populated urban area. So because of all that friction associated with this being like literally a city, it's possible that that 82 or 84 mile per hour wind gust would have been even faster if it wasn't for the buildings and other structures that are in the city of Newton causing friction. So again, this is not a storm to play around with. You could have gusts coming in upwards of 100 miles per hour over anywhere that's flatter area and has less friction. So this is again, here's Newton as these pixels begin to load in a little bit. You can see it's a very developed area with a lot of structures. So those could have slowed those winds down by the time they were measured by wherever they were measured. And they were measured at 84 miles per hour. So we could be upwards of that. And yeah, you can just see the outflow from this thing looking meaty on radar. I mean, that's pretty crazy to see. And it just speaks to how strong this thing is. We are beginning to become a lot more linear, kind of more southwest to northeast oriented, kind of along this type of line. Whereas earlier we were looking at something shaped like this. And so that is going to pose the potential threat for the southernmost cell to become tornadic, but it's not something I am super concerned with at this current moment. It is kind of crazy. They put this warning out. I mean, wow. This is literally oh, it looks like Tanner just said that in the chat also. That's hilarious timing. It looks like they've literally warned the outflow of the storm. There's no storm behind this. This is just the outflow. And they've put this entire severe thunderstorm warning polygon just for these straight line winds that are going to roll through with no precipitation. This is just the outflow. And I'm assuming that's what Tanner is referring to in the chat just now. This outflow is just going to push right on through here, and it's just going to blast these areas with wind. And they felt that those winds are strong enough to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, which is pretty insane, to be honest with you. We see this a lot, or at least not a lot. We see similar stories a lot of the times in the far northern plains, especially earlier in the year, where you'll get into areas like Montana and North Dakota, where a lot of times you'll see like what kind of just looks like scattered showers, basically, and they'll have a big severe thunderstorm warning polygon on it. And the reason for that is because of dry downbursts and microbursts. So you'll see that a lot of the time out in those regions. And it's something you have to pay pretty close attention to, as things are definitely becoming much more north-south oriented and linear here as we're pushing now into eastern Kansas. So hopefully it can kind of thread the needle, like I talked about, between Wichita and Kansas City, and stay away from the most populated areas. That's the ideal scenario. While we hearing reports of a 90 mile per hour wind gust near Lincolnville. That's right here where the front edge of the storm just passed through, and where we had that potential couplet a little while ago. It's not looking concerning at all anymore, which is good. It could be cycling down southward towards Cedar Point or Clements down here a little bit later on in the next couple of radar scans. But it's not something that I'm super concerned about at this point. They have just gone ahead and issued another severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this thing. So we are looking pretty big time. I wanted to go ahead and take a look at what the Storm Prediction Center's got for the next couple of days. I'm going to be doing my own forecast and putting out my own forecast video in the morning, most likely. Here is what today's outlook looked like, which you saw in our thumbnail for this broadcast and tonight's severe weather coverage. Excuse me. Tomorrow, we're looking at a much larger region, as you can see here, with the populations here coming in only around maybe 13, 14 million. Whereas tomorrow, we are now looking at 35 million people potentially impacted by this, by the severe weather tomorrow. So we've got a pretty significant tornado threat, especially in North Dakota. And then obviously the wind and hail threat is very widespread as well. We have a 45% level 1 hatched, or I should say SIG 1 hatched wind risk outlined for North Dakota, and then the SIG 1 risk for wind extends all the way down to the Texas Panhandle. The hail risk, similar story. It is just very, very large. I'm hearing we have trees and lines down with flooding out in Marquette now as well, Kansas. But yeah, continuing to look ahead. 3 days from now, we are looking. This is for Wednesday. We're looking at more of a Midwestern setup, and this one could be very interesting as well. This is more. I'm thinking like, I don't know. This one's really all hazards, to be honest with you. What I was looking at earlier, I was thinking maybe it was going to be more of a hail dominated threat. Um, but I mean, I see what the SPC here is talking about. Pretty much all hazards, and I haven't looked at this one at all since early this morning. So they're probably seeing something I did not this morning. And taking a look at the day 4, this is the one that intrigues me the most. Day 4 really, really intrigues me for the potential for discrete supercell mode out in near my neck of the woods, as I'm located here in St. Louis, Missouri. So but yeah, that's a little bit of a look at what's coming tomorrow. I'm going to give another look here at what's going on with this Goodland cell. It's another considerable 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Law enforcement has confirmed golf ball sized hail near Goodland. And then the storm here, and moving through Hugo, is again, I'm not really terribly concerned about a tornado threat, though it is kind of there a little bit, beginning to get rotating a little bit and establishing some inflow. But I'm not super, super concerned about it at this point. So, and I'm going to take, I'm going to go ahead and take one final look at what's going on in central Kansas, and then we're probably going to call it for the night because it seems like the tornado threat has pretty much diminished. And I can only say the word straight line wind threat so many times before all of you will never. Oh, wait, what? They just issued a tornado warning out in Morris County in Kansas. Is this for the Lincolnville thing that we were talking about just a minute ago? What is this? Okay, it looks like we did. Yeah, okay. This is a new little couplet that's just gone ahead and formed near Latimer, and it's just wrapped up and gotten itself going near Wilsey. So this is a linear QLCS tornado kind of threat from Wilsey into Council Grove here over the next couple of minutes. This is probably not going to be a long-lasting threat, but we definitely have the opportunity to see a spin-up tornado here. I'm curious to see if anyone's out ahead of this right now. It looks like Robert Frazier is out ahead of this thing. That's about it, unless Luke Anderson and Lindy Blank had made their way east ahead of this thing. So we're probably not going to be able to get any kind of a visual or confirmation on if we do get a QLCS type of tornado associated with this. I'll go ahead and wait. This is a 32-minute warning polygon. I'll go ahead and wait this one out. I'm assuming it's not going to last the whole time, and then we'll go ahead and end the stream after that, as I've got quite the long day tomorrow. I've got to get up real early to produce or to film our forecast for tomorrow, and then I've got to go get my oil change, and then I got work for the rest of the day until we will broadcast later in the evening. So busy day tomorrow. So we're going to go ahead and ride this one out here in Wilsey. I'm not seeing a CC drop or anything associated with a tornado on the ground. Here we go. The next scan is coming through right now. We do have the reflectivity. Probably get the velocity here in a second. All of a sudden I look up and I see red and I'm like, what? We got another tornado warning. And again, let's Okay, yeah. See, there you go. It's already basically completely diminished the tornado threat. So again, these little brief spin up tornadoes are going to continue to happen throughout the day or throughout the night as conditions are somewhat favorable for those little spin ups. You may see some land spouts or gustinados popping out ahead of this thing as well as it pushes towards its east. So um, if anybody is in kind of this region through the rest of the night, you need to be very, very attentive, especially even this direction as well, but more so kind of through here. You need to be very attentive about straight line winds and the potential for a brief spin up tornado. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. I recommend having your phone uh, emergency service management or emergency notifications turned on. I also recommend having a weather radio if you can have one, if you're able to get your hands on one, and then just be paying attention to tornado sirens. Just be ready to get to the basement because again, these are we just watched how quickly this tornado threat developed and then went away for the most part. I would be surprised if they didn't cancel this morning if we continue to downtrend on the next radar scan. So um, that's kind of where we're at. A big windbag threat. Very, very significant straight line winds are still very possible. We still have a very large destructive severe thunderstorm warning polygon here. That is covering Chase, Marion, Butler, Harvey, and McPherson counties, and Sedgwick counties out in Kansas. So stuff we needed to stay very, very attentive towards. Sounds good. Hearing that there was another mesoscale discussion issued, we're going to try and get a quick read on that and see if there's anything. We're going to see if there's anything that I'm missing that would constitute us staying on broadcast a little bit longer here. But if not, we're going to go ahead and end the broadcast here within the next 10 to 15 minutes as this tornado warning moves towards expiration here. Yeah. Hugo Cell is not looking like it's going to do anything crazy here. Okay. Our tornado threat looks like it's pretty much diminished here on this little spin up QLCS event near Wilsey and Council Grove. So that's good news. And it looks like Romeo is just telling me from the mesoscale discussion, the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service are expecting everything to kind of weaken tonight throughout the rest of the night, which would make sense as the sun's going down. we're losing our key to instability with the sun there. Sin's going to be building and we will be in a more favorable position to not have severe weather. So, yeah, that's kind of what we're leaning towards right now. I'm gonna wait and see that they go ahead and cancel this tornado warning within the next scan or two. Assuming they do that, we'll go ahead and actually we may have another little QLCS area of rotation just north of Heimer. That's one that we might want to pay attention to as well. It kind of seems like this vorticity has just been passed down the line towards the south throughout the night here. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll stay on another 5 to 10 minutes and kind of see this out, and then we'll call it for the night and be ready to hit things running tomorrow. So tomorrow should be a much bigger broadcast day I do want to reiterate, if you haven't liked, commented, whatever, subscribed, shared, anything you can do, I'd be eternally grateful. It's going to help us grow. We've got such an incredible team here. Just sitting in this call with me, we have Braden, Lorian, Romeo, Sam, and Ben, all just sitting in this call with me. There's 6 people, including me, in this call. We're all working to try and provide the best weather coverage that we possibly can. We want to do things the right way, the way it should be done. Um, and with the public in mind. I mean, that's, our number one goal is we want to do everything in our power to help people be prepared and, ideally be a part of saving lives in some type of way. So if you could share the broadcast, follow, like, subscribe, follow us on all social platforms. That's the best thing that you can do to support right now. As it does look like the next radar scan looks a little better again here near Council Grove, as well as this possible couplet near Heimer. So this is one that I think we'll stay on air a little bit longer and pay attention to here, um, as you do have multiple notches beginning to fire off on this line of storms, a big QLCS tornado possible event essentially going on here. So we'll stay on a little bit longer. But again, if you haven't liked, commented, shared, please do that. I'd greatly appreciate it. Send it to your mom. Send it to your dad. They'd love me. But yeah. Again, we do have these 2 possible areas of rotation, headed off towards the east, towards Council Grove, where you have the tornado warning polygon at the current moment. You have the cell near Heimer that's eventually moving towards Americus, north of Plymouth and Strong City, maybe towards Dunlap. This is the area that we need to watch for some brief spin up tornadoes. It's possible we get something down here near Elmdale. I'm not super convinced about that at the moment, but again, if we do get tornadoes with these, they're most likely going to be pretty brief and pretty weak, which is good, but they can't be. You still need to take them seriously. So especially as we're getting into the overnight hours, it's really important that you have multiple ways to receive alerts in case you are asleep when something happens, especially because uh, whoever your go-to weather broadcaster is may not be live. So I recommend sometimes just leave your local news station on, because your local meteorologists a lot of times are going to do a great job in coverage. So leave it on the TV. Make sure your phone will scream at you if there's a tornado warning, and just try to get some good sleep, and just don't sleep too deep that you can't wake up in the event that something happens. Again, we're tracking these 2 areas here. Both are looking a little bit concerning, and potentially a third down here near Elmdale. Actually, the next scan definitely looks a little better than before. So possibly 3 little areas where you could get potential tornadoes. Again, these are not going to be super strong, but they can't be. You still need to take them seriously. And even if you don't get one, the straight line wind damage associated with this line of thunderstorms is basically going to be weak tornado strength, regardless. We've already been seeing reports, plenty of reports coming out of 80 miles per hour and higher. We've seen some reports upwards of 110 miles an hour even. So if you're in these polygons, you need to be very vigilant. And if you're in the path of this line of storms into the overnight hours, you need to have multiple ways to receive alerts just in case. You never know. Anywhere in this big white square. I agree. So it looks like we've got a little bit of broad rotation going on down here in Hugo. Um, as it begins to inch towards the Goodland radar, let's see what we're looking at height wise. Okay, so we're definitely in the mid levels here. We're up around 7,500 feet, but they did extend a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds headed towards the northeast here out of Hugo. So this is one you need to pay attention to as well. It's when I accidentally hit the right control key on my keyboard. I deafened myself by mistake in Discord from hearing hearing my fellow meteorologist in my ear. Yeah, okay, so the Council Grove rotation doesn't really concern me. The one that concerns me right now is definitely the Heimer one. I'm surprised with how quick they were to warn the one near Latimer earlier, and now in Wilsey and Council Grove that they didn't jump the gun and warn the Heimer one. So we'll see what happens here. I'm not seeing any kind of a debris signature on radar, but we definitely have a couple of notches here in this squall line. So one that we need to pay close attention to for the potential for spin up brief tornadoes. And yeah, that Hugo cell was not looking half bad. Not looking half bad. If it can get a little bit of good inflow going, which it does seem to have, and you know the low level jet could help out with that. But again, this air is probably pretty cool. That's coming into this inflow. So if it's ingesting cooler air, it's going to have a much more difficult time becoming more robust rotation or creating more robust rotation at the low level. So again, it's a cell we need to pay attention to, and it's definitely one that's concerning. It's got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on it already, but it's not one that I'm sitting here like, oh man, this one's definitely going to put down a tornado or something. Out in Heimer, again, yeah, we've definitely got a multitude of areas along this whole line. They might just tornado possible this entire line of thunderstorms, basically. We'll see what they decide to do with that. But let's see. I don't know if they have any of these tornado possible right now, except for this one. Yeah, except for the destructive one near Cottonwood Falls, Strong City. They've got a tornado possible, so they may not issue a warning for it. But yeah, we've got multiple notches throughout this whole storm here. I mean, they're everywhere. Tons of little areas where you could get spin up QLCS tornadoes. And as we're getting into the nighttime hours, these become increasingly dangerous. So if you're in the path of this line of thunderstorms, you need to be staying very vigilant about ensuring that you have good ways to get notifications in the event that a brief spin up tornado does impact you or your area. And they did just issue another considerable severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this, getting as far as Carbondale in Burlington, Kansas now. This is just a monster line of storms that has just got some crazy winds going on. I'm not really worried about any kind of a hail threat. I'm only worried about winds and QLCS spin up tornadoes. And for those who don't know, a QLCS tornado is literally, it's just a tornado embedded in a line of thunderstorms like this. So where you get these little notches along the line, those are kind of your biggest areas of concern. So I know I've already circled it multiple times, but we've got an area of concern. What in the world? We've got an area of concern down here, one over here, one over here, one over here, one over here. So bunches of different areas of concern. They just issued the weirdest triangle looking destructive severe thunderstorm polygon, which they did tornado possible tag. So we've got the max wind gusts of 80 miles per hour. We have tornado possible, these spin up tornadoes. Yeah. Oh yeah. You can see them okay. I was going to say, maybe we have one. We do not. But yeah, in the overnight hours, we are going to be looking at possibly areas like Kansas City. I really am hoping that this is going to kind of track this way and not really impact Wichita and Kansas City as much. But even getting into areas like southwestern Missouri, into the Ozarks towards Springfield and Joplin, those types of areas could get blasted by some pretty powerful overnight winds as this entire system kind of moves out this way. The outflow associated with this thing is quite strong. And it looks like we've got another flash flood warning out in Kansas that's going to stay pretty late here until about 3 a.m. I'm going to take a quick look at the Pueblo or the Hugo storm. No, I will not be staying until 3 a.m. Otherwise, there will be no broadcast tomorrow, and I will miss my work and my oil change. Yeah, we have this entire thing, genuinely, this entire line should be tornado possible tagged, in my opinion. This is a very concerning line of thunderstorms at this point that you need to pay very close attention to. They haven't canceled this morning here for Council Grove. They probably will as this pushes a little bit further east. So maybe in about 5 to 10 minutes. I'm surprised they didn't cancel it sooner, but it did recycle and it is looking better now. So it's definitely was the right call by the National Weather Service to not cancel that. But again, I mean, my goodness, there's all sorts of possible little areas of rotation. The ones that concern me the most are Council Grove, and north and south of Cottonwood Falls. Those are the three that concern me the most right now. But you do have this one here near Alta Vista, headed towards Escaridge. So there's all sorts of concerning areas. But that being said, we are probably going to go ahead and cut the live stream here, the broadcast for this evening, as we have hit 11 p.m. And a lot of us, we've got to be able to put on a good show for tomorrow, which is going to be a more robust severe weather event. But again, if you're in the path of these storms, I'm just going to make a big old box right here. If you're anywhere in this kind of region, please be attentive into the overnight hours. Really more like this, but be attentive into the overnight hours. I'll go ahead and hatch this region as that's my biggest region of concern. And here's another possible region through here that cuts through Arkansas and Oklahoma. But if you're in southwestern Missouri or southeastern Kansas, please be paying attention to the straight line wind threat and the possible QLCS tornado threat throughout the evening. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Leave the window cracked if you can't hear anything but tornado sirens. Do whatever you got to do, but be safe out there. Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And yeah, stay weather aware. But I appreciate you guys tuning in for the first ever broadcast. We had, I think, like a peak of 15 viewers or something like that, which is awesome. We've averaged like probably 9 or so viewers throughout this broadcast. I'm excited to see the stats. That's an overwhelming amount of support for the first ever broadcast, and I really appreciate it. I can't wait to see what happens when we actually have chasers out there as well. And once things get going a little bit more, a little bit cleaner, we've got some kinks to iron out still. A lot of things to improve about the broadcast. A lot of things to improve about our forecast videos, which we haven't even dropped the first one. I'm filming it in the morning. So, I mean, there's so much area for improvement, and we're committed to doing things the best way we absolutely can here. As they have gone ahead and lifted the last tornado warning that was on the map. So we're going to go ahead and cut the broadcast there. But again, thank you guys very much for tuning in and trusting Will Bratton WX with your weather coverage. Check out our forecast video tomorrow morning and tune in tomorrow night for our broadcast coverage of the possible severe weather outbreak in the Northern Plains. Stay safe out there, guys. Thank you for tuning in.